Save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
How's your French going?
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The big news for us here in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, South Jersey is first and foremost, did you know the president's coming to town? Well, he's coming to Pennsylvania. That's happening this evening around dinner time to the Pittsburgh area, just outside Pittsburgh, speaking in front of a crowd of steel workers, kind of taking a victory lap. So I know we'd started out the week talking to Senator Dave McCormick about that. So President Trump expected to host the rally with steel workers, and this marks this incredible deal. It means jobs. Great news with the deal between Japan-based Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel to bring it, to keep it here and to keep the jobs here. Ultimately, that's the headline. And so I know a lot of us were excited. Good for America. Keep the jobs here. Just saw that. For example, when we talk about the big, beautiful bill, did you see that the National Federation of Police, National Fraternal Order of Police, I should say. This is the largest organization of law enforcement across the nation, announcing their support, highlighting the big, beautiful bill. They like it, and their strong support. And so that act getting endorsements from police, law enforcement. We have Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, otherwise known as Rachel's man. I love her on the weekends. Yeah. You know, she's fabulous. So he is urging the Senate to quickly pass the Big Beautiful Bill Act and fund the long overdue modernization of America's air traffic control systems. So a lot on the line here as we go through. We'll talk to Dr. Michael Busler, which is our financial guru. We'll talk to him coming up soon. But President Trump, he'll be here. This is a big rally for him. Remember, he came here at the invitation of our Pennsylvania our Pennsylvania Senator, Dave McCormick, to that wrestling match. Remember that? The championships was here locally. And so this is his first rally since the win. So a real victory lap day. And then I noted that in the announcement that Trump made on True Social and then on social media, that he'll be holding this 1:30 p.m. news conference in the Oval Office. I think that's a little wink, a little nod to 130 days, because Elon Musk he was named a quote unquote special employee, unpaid, by the way, never took a dime, according to all the records and the White House. And so Elon Musk, this is his last day. So I don't know if they'll have kind of like maybe a book, oh, the places you'll go. Just kidding. But it's sort of, he's graduating, he's leaving, a celebration of him in all seriousness. I know there were suggestions on social media to say that he deserves some kind of recognition. I will remember you. We love you, Elon. we got a little crush. I don't know. It's okay. Like a crush, like a big bro, little bro. I don't know. But Elon Musk, 130 days, worked so hard, no money. And man, did he get thrown under the bus and beat up and literally burned. I mean, Tesla's firebombs, a lot of violence against him, death threats against him. And so Elon Musk and President Trump putting that great statement out. I put it out on social media at like 4 o'clock this morning as I was doing my show prep starting at 3:30 this morning, because I was awakened by, because Larry, my husband, calls me like a Wolverine because of my sense of smell. So I was having this dream of a fire. And then I wake up and I smell burning.
Oh, no. What did Larry do?
Run down to the kitchen, Dan, and he always makes himself like a huge breakfast. The pan on the stove on high. But it's a really good wrought iron pan. But it was like, so I took like an oven mitt and I like scooched over the pan and turned it off. Then I put ice cubes all over everything, like to cool down the pan.
Wait, he had left with it on?
Yeah. So he leaves at like, 2:55 in the morning. So this was like 35 minutes with an empty pan on the stove, electric stove, like a glass top stove. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
On the burner for 35 plus minutes.
That's very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Lair Bear.
Oh, man.
I need one of those.
So it was actually like smelly enough? Like the burning smell was smelly enough that it woke you up or you just had the sensation of like mama bear's like, oh, something's going on here and you had to run out?
Dan, I'm telling you, someday you'll understand this. And we talk about, men and women, and we'll get it. So something happened to me after I had kids where my sense of smell, Larry, I'm serious, he calls me the Wolverine. Like, it's like for a sense of smell, not anything else weird. But but he calls because he's like, oh my God, I'll smell something. Yeah. And then sure enough, like a candle is on in the house or whatever. So in that one, but I was dreaming, so he didn't wake me up. He's like,
Sorry, is there like a trigger scent that really gets you? Like the second you smell it, you're like, it's gross. You got to get away.
Not really, because that's another thing. After like having kids, sticky, like I don't have that gag reflex thing. You know what I mean? When you smell like the poop. Yeah, nope, I'm good.
Spidey senses of smelling. Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
Spidey senses, but stinky stuff does not bother me. And that's a good thing in my house of all males. You know what I mean? Like, no problem. Just kidding. But President Trump, back to Trump. So he made his first trip to PA since being elected obviously, to this term. I'll say this term to be diplomatic, because some of you, if I say second term officially, you'll go, Dawn, it's really third. But anyway, he attended that NCAA Wrestling Championship, South Philadelphia, at the invitation of freshman Republican Senator Dave McCormick. So now, will McCormick be there? I know Dan reached out just to see if even we could get a shout out or confirmation. I'm assuming that if Senator McCormick and his, Mrs. McCormick, Dina, if they're back, which I believe they are from their Middle East trip, I suspect they'll be. What do you think? What are the odds?
Oh, I mean, this is a guy who was invited to, alongside Trump, to go to the Army-Navy game. It seems over and over. It's almost like, I don't know if they're very public about it. It seems like they have a really good friendship, McCormick and Trump. I don't know if that's true or not.
We'll see.
But it seems like anytime
me,
there's a public event where he can invite buddies, it seems like Dave McCormick's always there. So I couldn't imagine that he'd come to Pennsylvania and not invite his friend Dave McCormick.
Dave, are you going to vote for the big beautiful bill? Get the Doge through. Honor Elon. Like, I don't do a Trump imitation. Everybody else
neither
does.
do I.
But both of my sons, Michael and David, both do a pretty good Trump, imitation.
Yeah.
I know Jimmy Kelly does. Obviously, we Sean Farish, like the best, right?
Yeah,
Sounds
he's
exactly
so
like
good.
him. It's
He's
kind of
so
scary.
good. It really is.
So we got that going on.
When's David joining the show?
I know he
Come
loves
on.
you. You were so kind to him for the Travis Manion.
It's not hard. The kid's
event. He loves all you guys.
The kid's amazing.
I can never vent about work to any of the guys that I work because they're like, "What? We love our guys."
No, you can.
But I love you guys. I love you all too. But on the Philadelphia Inquirer, and this was updated just this morning. They have a big picture, as if it's like a showdown or something. But they have this big picture with a dark black background, which is interesting. Was usually their background's white. If you look at the online edition, and it says it's like Sherelle Parker in this gorgeous blue. I love when she wears blue or orange, and Sherelle Parker, and then next to her is a picture of Trump and he's they got a good picture of him where he's like looking. It looks like he's looking at Mayor Parker. And he has this trademark red tie. And it says, Trump traveling to PA today after including Philly on immigration list. So, dun, dun, dun. As if it's like some showdown. He's coming. So, if you glanced at that online, you would think, oh, ruh-roh, he's coming here and this has to do with him. No.
Yeah, that's ridiculous
right?
how
But
they
you
would frame
would infer,
that. 100%.
See, so this is a good media little imagery thing because most people, what do? You're at work, you're busy. Hopefully you have us somewhere in an earpiece at work. Shh, we won't tell. But if you glanced at that, you would, would you infer that?
There's no doubt.
See?
And the way it's worded, Trump traveling to PA today after including Philly on immigration list. No mention of steel. No mention of great trade deals. No.
Thank you. See? You could just take the journalism. You should earn at least one credit for journalism 101, right? As far as headlines and bias by omission. To Dan's point, you would infer that. Then underneath the byline is Donald Trump scheduled to speak in Pittsburgh after threatening to pull federal funding from several PA cities and counties. Now, I told you why Trump is coming to Pittsburgh. Has nothing to do with sanctuary cities. He's taking a victory lap and speaking before steelworkers. And I looked at his, we all get the whitehouse.gov. Anybody, you can get it. You can sign up for it. And so they give the list to you and they say, obviously holding the 1:30 news conference. There's always a 9 a.m. some kind of a briefing, maybe Caroline Leavitt. And then they go through the day. But 1:30, the Elon Musk celebration news conference. Will they announce something about Doge and Doge cuts? Probably so. And look at that. And then he'll leave for the flight to Pennsylvania. And it's pretty quick. I mean, he'll speak and then come back. And then we also have the reaction, by the way, as far as back to the other story about the sanctuary city story. This is Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro saying in a statement that Governor Shapiro, quote, has made clear that Pennsylvania is not a sanctuary state. We continue, I'm quoting here, Governor Shapiro, we continue to follow all state and federal laws, comply with court orders, coordinate with law enforcement partners at all levels when appropriate in order to keep our communities safe. And so that's the statement. And Sherelle Parker, our mayor in Philadelphia, as you well know, she has issued similar statements. We comply. So I don't see a problem here. So the Philadelphia Inquirer, they're not lying, okay? Everything's correct. It's just placement.
Yeah.
And I'm just want to, Dan and I always want to point these things
Can I
out
underline
to
something about the Inquirer
you.
recently?
Underline you.
What was this now? About 10 days ago, I don't know if you saw this, but both the Chicago Sun-Times and the Philadelphia Inquirer, they do a yearly reading list where they release books that they suggest kids to read over the summer, right?
Okay.
This year, Dawn, they released 15 books.
As the bell tolls, Hemingway.
No, only 5 were
Catcher
real.
in the Rye?
Only 5 were actual books, Dawn. They released a book list of 15 books. Only 5 were real books because what did they do? They used an AI generated article, outsourced it, and didn't double check that the books were even real, and they published it, Dawn.
Shame.
That's terrible.
So I haven't done this yet, but speaking of that, from now on, when reports come out, such as the Maha Commission report that I've quoted, from now on, I will begin doing this, and I should have been doing it all along, so I'm going to make a confession. I'm confessing. I just trusted that when there were citations, I would glance at the citations in a government report, but I just trusted no more. And I will go back in the Biden administration, by the way, because remember in the Biden administration, for example, they would release a labor report, let's say jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, oops, they made some mistakes. And then we realized that was not AI. In the Maha report, now it's coming out that they had some phony or erroneous sources. I suspect it's the same thing that you just said, Dan. Too many people relying on AI. And you cannot get your news from AI. You cannot do a research paper we've dealt with, high school kids in high school. So they're teaching this in high school. They're saying, be careful. And if you rely on AI for any kind of sourcing, tell your teacher, we're gonna walk through the process. So I would submit this, RFK Jr. Maha Commission. Maybe you should call the great teachers at Germantown Academy, LaSalle College High School, some of our great local schools here. The public schools, they teach it too, but I can vouch for LaSalle College High School and Germantown Academy. They teach this, and clearly our government needs to learn it because you can't cite sources from or get your information from AI. It's flawed.
It's crazy. Both Philadelphia Inquirer did this. Chicago Sun-Times did as well. On their Blue Sky feed, Sun-Times wrote, quote, "We are looking into how this made it into print as we speak. It is not editorial content. It was not created by or approved by the Sun-Times newsroom.
Shame.
We value your trust in our reporting and take this very seriously. More info will be provided soon. It was done through a third-party service. The writer Marco Buscaglia, who writes for 404 Media.
Who uses AI because he's lazy.
He told 404 Media, he says, I do use AI for background at times, but
That's
always
lazy.
check out the material first.
Nope.
This time I did not, and I can't believe I missed it because it's so obvious. No excuses on me 100%. I'm completely embarrassed. I assume I'll be getting calls all day. I already am. This is just idiotic of me. Really embarrassed. When I found it online, it was almost surreal to see.
Shame. Did his mom call him too? Did his high school English teacher call him too?
Wow. It's sad that this is like who our papers of record are relying on these idiots using AI to come up with fake book lists.
By the way, let me just ask you, like, I was kind of kidding because with Catcher in the Rye, because of the, but seriously, Emily Bronte, like, do we need to even Google search or whatever AI? Like, I could rattle off 20 books that high school kids should read. I don't really need AI, so don't listen to those people anyway. By the way, Philadelphia, among 16 Pennsylvania cities and counties that are listed last night on the Trump administration's list of sanctuary jurisdictions. So last night, the Trump team or the administration put out this national list of so-called sanctuary jurisdictions, places to be formally notified of what the president is calling non-compliant with federal immigration law or possibly non-compliant. So at the potential risk of, billions of dollars in different types of aid that flow to hundreds of communities across the United States of America, including us, and Montgomery County, Delaware County, Chester County. They're all on the list, of course, and Pittsburgh, Gettysburg, State College, and York. Let's talk about Jersey, South Jersey in particular, Burlington County, Cumberland County, Camden County, Trenton, and many other Garden State localities. I don't know why they didn't put the entire state of New Jersey because, New Jersey, we've heard Governor Phil Murphy say it's a sanctuary state. He announced that. So they should just put, but I don't know why they'd have to go county by county. Maybe Bergen, I don't know. Are certain counties pushing back on it? I have no idea. But we'll get to all of that. But I don't have an indication, unless Trump is asked about it. He's not coming to Pennsylvania specifically about this, although the Trump administration did put that out there. So we'll get into all of that. We'll talk about the Doge mission. Elon Musk, if you'd like to give a shout out, I would like to hear from you as far as what would you like to thank Elon Musk for? Would you like to see him get some kind of a presidential, medal of, I don't know, distinguished service or volunteerism, something, right? I think that would be very nice. I mean, I got a platter, not for nothing, but when I went to the Oval Office, you know what I mean? President Trump gave me this beautiful platter. Elon should at least get a platter.
Have you used the platter?
Never.
Never?
Nobody touched my platter.
Do you display your platter?
Of course.
Where's it displayed?
It's in my dad, supposedly I was going to give it to my dad, but I'm like, Well, Dad.
Wait. What do you mean supposedly you were going to give it to
I
your
know,
dad?
but then I kind of was like, I can't part with it. But it's really for my dad. Because I said, I'm going to give this to my dad. And then I was like, oh.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
You know? It's like, precious. I
Like
love
the
you,
ring.
Precious.
So it's just sitting in a display case
That's, yeah.
in the Stensland home?
Yes. And my, my teenage son, David, who you guys know very well, he's like, I want to put some burgers. I want to eat some. I want to serve it with some. I'm like, what?
I mean, it's.
You're not going to.
What do you mean, what? That's its natural cause. You need to put some wrapped McDonald's or Wendy's hamburgers on top and serve them.
Etched. It's all etched, like with the president's signature, the White House.
And if you want the real experience, you put fast food on top of it.
It's not happening.
I'm sorry.
Precious
I don't mean to double down on
I love it. But seriously, what would you say to Elon Musk if you could be there in the Oval Office, and instead of like snarky reporters shouting snarky questions, and you could, you know what I mean? You could thank him for what he's done or make a statement. What would you say? 855-839-1210 is the number to call. All right, we'll take a quick break, get some of your thoughts. There's a ton of news breaking, so we'll get through all of it, and we'll update you on the issue of the background and the root cause with our Venn diagram as far as what in the world, why is it that all of a sudden our area hospital systems, as well as those around the nation, are doing an about-face when it comes to surgical invasive treatments for children under the age of 17. What's going on? So we'll talk about that. And we got Dr. Michael Busler, we got Kathy Barnett, and many other surprises for you. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. TGIF, be right back.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough, but with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Hey, Hackborough. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT.
That number is, of course, a very important number to this administration. This is the trade balance, which is a deficit, expecting minus $143 billion. Wow, it comes in much, much smaller, minus $87 billion. And now this follows a 163 that gets converted to 162 billion with a minus sign, the worst since record-keeping 1989. Then we cut it in half to 87.6. 87.6 would be the lightest, and I have to really go back. 87.6 would be the lightest since, wow, September of 23, SEP of 23. And this really does underscore how the movement of goods and services has really changed due to a variety of tariff-related issues.
So there's good economic news this morning because we have ABC News. U.S. inflation gauge cools with little sign of tariff impact. So that's one headline from ABC News. There are other inflation numbers as inflation down, the rate slipping 2.1% in April, lower than expected. And then the Fed's preferred gauge, that's from the Fed's preferred gauge showing that. We've got new CPI numbers, personal income increasing, and that was, they're saying, almost triple the expectations, 0.8% for April. And so income numbers looking good as well as the trade deficit narrows. It was the largest monthly decline, I believe, in the trade deficit. Now, the White House released a statement saying that it's the largest monthly decline in the trade deficit on record. So some individuals, even CNBC, saying, wow, that was one of the headlines. I know CNBC's Rick Santelli, as he talked about that, and his comment was, wow, this is a great start. So with that, we have Dr. Michael Busler, our guru on all things financial, Stockton University professor. Happy Friday, TGIF. Hey, Michael.
And happy Friday to you, Dawn. Thanks for having me. As you know, it's always my pleasure to be here.
Oh, well, it's our pleasure to have you here. So what do you see when you look out and you see, and these are the latest economic numbers. I was reading from both some national headlines as well as the government numbers, and then the White House just now released a press release, touting the numbers. So I'd like the good, the bad, the ugly with Dr. Michael Busler.
All right, so let's start off with the good. The good is it's working. Trump's policies are working. Remember, the goal was to reduce and eventually eliminate this negative balance of trade, which last year was close to $1 trillion and was pointing in that direction this year. So he's been able to do that. He's cut the negative number in half this last month. Now, people said, well, wait a minute. If you put all these tariffs on, you're right, it'll cut down on how much people buy from foreign countries, but it's going to drive prices way up. So we're very fearful of inflation. The Federal Reserve did not lower interest rates at their last meeting, although I believe they should have, mostly because they believed that the tariffs were going to lead to higher inflation. Well, Trump got into office measuring inflation by the Consumer Price Index and a number of other gauges, some of which you mentioned, but the Consumer Price Index was 2.9% over a 12-month period. It's now down to 2.3%. The Fed uses something called the Personal Consumption Expenditure, which is a little different than the Consumer Price Index, but that's down to 2.1%. The Fed's goal is to get the inflation down to 2%. We're just about there. So Trump's policies are working. Personal income went up 0.8% in 1 month last month. Usually the gains are in the 0.3%, range. So people are making more money. Prices are not going up as fast. That means the increase in income that you're getting is a real increase because it's greater than inflation, and that's going to improve people's standard of living. I would say, and Trump should simply stay the course in spite of everybody trying to fight him in whatever court they can find to fight him. In spite of that, he's still been able to work on these countries. Now, he'd hoped to have some more trade deals in place by now. Mm-hmm. We only have one, and that was with England, but that'll be a model for all of them. What was involved there was agreed to have a 10% reciprocal tariff. So we'll charge 10% on their goods. They'll charge 10% on our goods. What makes these deals a little hard to negotiate is there's some exceptions. For instance, the U.S. said there are certain products vital to our national security: steel, aluminum, copper, medical supplies. So Trump said, I'm going to keep a 25% tariff on those goods. So it'll then encourage manufacturing in the U.S., but everything else, 10% tariff reciprocal. They charge and we charge. That's the model going forward. Now, let me say one other thing. We're having a little trouble with the European Union. So Trump said on April 2nd, I'll give you 90 days for everybody to negotiate new deals. 45, 50 days go by. European Union didn't do anything. So Trump says, well, if we don't have a deal in a week, I'm going to put 50% tariffs on. Well, all of a sudden, the European Union starts negotiating, and they're right now at the negotiating table. The reason the European Union is so difficult is there's 27 countries. Everybody can agree on a 10% reciprocal tariff. What they can't agree on is what the exceptions from that tariff will be. And each country has different products that they want to protect. So it's going to take a while to get there. We're moving in the right direction. And you asked me the good, the bad, and the ugly. One thing that has me a little nervous is consumer spending only went up 0.2% last month. If you multiply that by 12, that's a 2.4% annual gain, and that's a little less than we would like to see. So that number has me a little nervous. Part of the reason is people bought so much the prior month because they thought these tariffs were going into effect, and that may have had some negative impact on the consumer spending number this month. But overall, this is good, very little bad.
Yeah, and I saw that, to your point about the Fed chair, Powell, he did meet with President Trump at the White House yesterday. And I know that President Trump, has called on Powell and the Fed to cut interest rates because of the central banks, the inflation concerns, all of that. But they did meet at the White House. This was the first time since Trump's inaugural, obviously in January. So I guess that's a good sign. But the president invited Chair Powell to come to the White House, discuss economic developments, growth, employment, inflation. I know that the Fed chair did release a statement about it, and said that he's not going to promise anything. But I see that the markets, I'm looking, they're up. The numbers look good. What about this word as far as the deficit? Because a lot of lawmakers, and now we know the Big Beautiful Bill Act goes to the Senate. A lot of lawmakers, Senator Rand Paul, for example, Democrats and Republicans have said, we cannot pass this thing and it's too big and it grows the deficit too much. And then we heard Scott Bessent come out and try to explain how their other factors are going to, narrow this deficit. And so this is key, right? To convince lawmakers to even vote for the thing.
So what happened was the Congressional Budget Office, in theory, a nonpartisan group that's supposed to give objective assessments when Congress passes legislation. Their assessment is what will the economic impact of the legislation be. They are notoriously wrong. Over the years, practically every forecast that they've given is wrong. This last one is very wrong. They said if you pass this bill, the deficit's going to increase, I think it was over $3 trillion over the next 10 years. That's wrong. Why? So the big, beautiful bill will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and also have a few other tax cuts for people who collect, who get income from their tips, Social Security, and overtime. So the CBO said that you put that tax cut into effect, and that alone will cause an increase in the deficit. Now, why is that wrong? Take a look at every tax cut. In 2017, we passed the 2018 tax cuts. Total tax revenue increased in 2018 over 2017, increased 2019 over 2018. So putting in those tax cuts will not cause total revenue to go down. Now, people say, well, why is that? You're taxing at a lower rate, and that's true. But at the lower tax rates, it encourages more economic activity and more growth, and more growth leads to more income that's being taxed and more tax revenue being collected, even though their tax rate has gone down. The Congressional Budget Office is forecasting economic growth to be only 1.7% after these tax cuts. That's probably about half, maybe even less, than what the actual growth will be. So the tax cuts will not decrease tax revenue and therefore will not add to the deficit. At the same time, they're cutting, the House bill passed said they're cutting $1.5 trillion over a 10-year period from spending. Mm-hmm. So the big, beautiful bill will not add to the deficit. And all these lawmakers saying, well, we have to cut more. And frankly, I think we should cut more. But politically, I don't think you can cut any more at this time. So if you get something passed where the tax rates go down and yet tax revenue goes up, and you're able to hold the line on spending somewhat, that will tend to reduce the deficit, not increase it. My last column in Newsmax, I pointed this out, that the Congressional Budget Office is wrong. This will not add to the deficit.
And so on this one, there are a lot of numbers, these economic indicators to go through. Inflation, the CPI, sure. You talked about that, the 0.2% increase. That's, even though it's up, it's a little disappointing, you're saying. Payroll employment increasing by 177,000. Average hourly earnings, 0.06% in April. U.S. import price index, 0.1%. I mean, there are like so many numbers. The fixed investment, they're saying the highest since Q2 of 23 at 7.8%. Consumer spending slowing to 1.8%. That was the number you highlighted because you said because it's the first quarter. Trump had tried to mitigate that too, because he had said, well, I didn't get sworn in until January 20th. You know, I kind of chuckle at him. You know, he's like, hey, you got to sell it. And the GDP, U.S. economy contracting 0.3%.
Exactly.
So you're concerned about that one, but you said it's because you think people are trying to mitigate what they thought would be this whole tariff situation.
Yeah. Right now, the Federal Reserve should cut interest rates. Inflation has come down since the beginning of the year. We just talked about how it's come down. The economy has been slowing. For most of last year, the economy grew at a 3% rate. In the fourth quarter, it slowed to 2.4%. In the first quarter of this year, it turned slightly negative. The Federal Reserve is supposed to stay ahead of these things. They should start cutting interest rates. I've talked on the show before. I think Jerome Powell, with all due respect to everybody, but I think Jerome Powell has been the worst Fed chairman since Arthur Burns back in the 70s. He let inflation get out of hand all through 21 and half of 2022 before he did anything, and that's much of the reason why we have the problem now. To avoid making another mistake, I think the Fed should start cutting interest rates at their next meeting. They should have cut it at their last meeting. Mm-hmm. That will help to stimulate the economy, and there's no fear of inflation. Every number we just talked about shows that the inflation rate is coming down, and it's almost to where the Federal Reserve's target is. Last September, the inflation rate was higher than this, and the Fed started cutting interest rates. I think they started doing it a little too soon back then, but now it's time to cut interest rates, and I hope the Fed does it at their next meeting. I don't think they will, but I think they should at their next meeting.
Now, Powell was a Trump appointee back in 2017.
Yes.
If you think he's the worst, who do you think was the best? I'm just curious.
Alan Greenspan, I thought, did a great job when he was in there, and he was in there during a tough time too. But he did very well. Ben Bernanke, I thought, did a fairly good job. Arthur Burns in the 70s did nothing while the inflation rate kept going up for a decade, and most will agree that he was probably the worst. Jerome Powell has made a number of mistakes. Just quickly, he got into office in 2018. Trump appointed him for no reason, he raised interest rates 4 times. 2019, he realized he made a mistake, so he cut them again. Then in 2021 and into 2022, inflation is going high. He says, oh, don't worry about it. It's only transitory. It'll go away by itself. Another mistake. Then he finally started raising interest rates in June of 2022. He raised them up until July of 2023. He should have raised them a couple more times, and we'd have gotten rid of the inflation rate. Yet he stopped. And then I mentioned at the end of last year, there was no reason to cut interest rates. Inflation in September had gotten down to 2.4%, close to his target. He started cutting interest rates too soon. Inflation jumped up to 2.9% in January of this year. So Powell has a history of making bad decisions that have cost the economy. So he doesn't make another bad decision. I think he should start cutting interest rates at the next meeting.
So in this case, I mean, Powell, his term is set to expire next year. So
correct.
Who would you recommend for Trump to, who would you recommend next? Trump has expressed his dismay with Powell, wishes that he could say what he used to say on his famous show, The Apprentice, you're fired. But, they've advised against that. But who would
I'm not sure legally if he can,
I mean, we would nominate Dr. Michael Bussler, but but who? I'm just curious because you watch this stuff like sports. You obviously track it and breathe it, live and breathe it. Who would you recommend?
So there are 12 presidents of the 12 Federal Reserve banks and the Federal Reserve districts around the country. There are 2 of 3 of them that would be very good choices. Now, the president of the New York Fed, I think, is about to retire. He would probably be a good choice. Austin Goolsbee might be a choice, too. Now, he's a Democrat, but yet he has views that are somewhat consistent with President Trump. So he'll look at the current members of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve, and as I say, there are 12. There are a couple of other prominent economists. There are 2 out at Stanford, Cochran and Taylor, who may be a good choice also. So, but there are plenty of good choices. The one we have in there, look, President Trump has done a lot of things right. He made a couple of bad choices. Jerome Powell, I think, was not a good choice. Christopher Wray at the FBI was not a good choice. And he sort of learned from these mistakes. Now, the people he put in now all have views very consistent with him everywhere in his cabinet. And you're seeing a lot of progress being made in reducing government spending, not as fast as we'd like it because of mostly political pressures, but all of the cabinet members are on board with the logic. We have to get this government spending down. There's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. Let's get it all down, and let's get government spending in line so we can reduce the deficit, eventually balance the budget, and then start to work on reducing the public debt.
And so with this, what do you make of the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent? I mean, he would have to leave that post, obviously, but is there precedent for a president choosing his own person who's an outsider to that job? I'm assuming that he's not going to keep Powell. He's said horrible things about him. So I think he's
definitely
out.
not keeping Powell.
Yeah.
Bessent, I think, would be a good choice, but he's doing such a great job in the Treasury that I don't think you want to try to replace him with somebody else. He's negotiating very good deals, and he's a very good negotiator, as Trump is a very, very good negotiator. And he also tells you things exactly the way it is, not like a normal politician who kind of spins everything. Bessent will tell you this is what's happening, this is good. The negotiations, he said the other day, with China are starting to drag a little bit. It may be time for the top people, Xi and China and Trump from the U.S., to get together to try to negotiate. So I'd like to see Trump put somebody good in the Federal Reserve. I wouldn't necessarily like him to take somebody that may make his cabinet a little weaker.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, Dr. Michael Busler, I could listen to you all day. Your students are so lucky at Stockton University. I always say my nephew Lukey, I call him Lukey, Luke Monachetti, is raves about you as well as all your students, and we can find you on national news as well. You work so hard, so thank you so much for sharing your insights.
Thank you, Dawn. Thanks for having me, and thanks for the kind words. I look forward to doing it again.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Michael Busler. I think he's the best. So I wrote down some of the names. I don't know. Can we bet on these? Sometimes we, you know what I mean? Like we have all these sites that we talk.
Right?
Nick Cale, he always talks. Can we bet on that? We bet on people were betting on the Pope. Can you bet on the next Fed share? I don't even know. But I might. Now, who did he say? So I took notes on it. But would Trump choose Austin Goldsby? That was his. Wouldn't that be funny if we put like $10 down and then, you win? Like, I don't know. Do we have to declare it? We'll have to share it. We'll use it to take everybody out for drinks or something. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. But I think the White House so far in a celebratory mode, if I look at all of the whitehouse.gov, all of the news releases talking about inflation easing, incomes rising, the trade deficit plummeting. Those are just some of your headlines on financial news. What would you like to see? Obviously, the big news this afternoon, and this is our quick news cycle, will be when President Trump is hailing and celebrating Elon Musk. But I have a feeling that they will also have some new Doge headlines. So Dom Giordano is so lucky. This is all going to happen, Dan Borowski, during the Dom Giordano show, 1:30, right? It's going to be, and don't you know Trump? He's going to break some news. He loves to do that on a Friday. In part, he just loves to, I don't know, he loves to do it, but he knows it'll force them to headline it for all the Sunday morning shows because Trump is the media master. He really is, because they're going to have to put it in the news. Or excuse me, all the Sunday morning shows, and then that leads into next week. So it's always the advancement of the story, the master of media. Your thoughts, 855-839.
To answer your question, there is betting. Polymarket does have bets available for who will be announced as the next Fed chair. Kevin Warsh is the leader, according to Polymarket.
Oh, darn it. So I should have asked.
Yeah.
Darn. Well, I think we put the money on there. If we win, we'll take everybody out for drinks. The next Politics and Pints, or we'll figure out something fun. Okay, we'll talk about kitchen, or maybe I'll get a little more kitchen magic. Larry's like, stop with the kitchen magic.
After today's instance,
Kitchen magic. Yeah, they're great. If you remember, they've been here for some of our local station events. And I know one of our big fundraisers supporting military veterans, Kitchen Magic, local Pennsylvania, family owned and operated, came out and they just support so many of our military veterans. But they do believe the heart of your home does deserve American-made, high quality that you can trust. And that's why Kitchen Magic manufactures all their products, 100% of their products. They are made, by the way, by local employees, right? They live and they produce these right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania, so you won't face any shipping delays, no tariff surprises. They're local, family-owned company, and they're proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling that you can count on. This May only, and by the way, TikTok, what are you waiting for? It's May 30th. Enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com, schedule your free design consultation. Do this, kitchenmagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. clients, one call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements that you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice. So call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.2% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
At United Tire and Service, they take care of more than just your car. They support your community. That's why this May, they're proud to partner with the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Whether you need service or not, stop by your local United Tire location and make a donation, because United Tire will match your gift dollar for dollar to help bring hope, healing, and brighter days to local children and their families. Every donation also gets $50 off 4 new tires to use now or later. Find your nearest location at unitedtire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Pennsylvania headlining as President Trump is saying he's heading to Pennsylvania, and this is big because it's his first real rally held in Pennsylvania. That'll be this evening in Pittsburgh before steelworkers. So looking forward to that one. And there is this story that now is making international news about this explosive report that claims the real reason that Elon Musk is leaving the White House. And this is a shame. Of course, it's the New York Times is, they're just like sourpusses sometimes. They saw these announcements that President Trump announced. Elon Musk at 1:30, after 130 days as a special employee, they're celebrating all of Elon Musk's Doge accomplishments, and saying that they would hold this news conference in the Oval Office with Elon Musk. And so here comes the New York Times with this headline of how Doge really is blowing up, the inside reason of the Doge downfall. And so I'm just letting you know, because you're going to hear about it, because on one hand, you see on some media reporting all of these positive reports on the economy, reporting on the last day of Elon Musk in the White House, although President Trump was quick to point out that Elon would, continue on as an advisor, a friend, that he's terrific. That was one of the headlines that Trump released last night, and we see that into this morning. Now the headline takes over that allegedly Elon Musk is, and man, I will tell you, this is borderline, in my humble opinion, damaging. I know that he's somebody who's a public figure, but it could be argued, unless you have, I don't know how you could have a medical report that somebody has a quote unquote drug problem, but the allegation that the New York Times is printing, which is quite ugly, is they're alleging that Elon Musk was using some kind of a cocktail of drugs and talking about a so-called messy personal life spilling into his work. And so now this is something that, to me, I think, you have to be careful. Even though he's a world famous individual, is this not slanderous? That you would, when somebody has worked for free, headed up a team, and took no money, but they are saying that insiders allege that Elon Musk, who's 53 years old, was taking powerful anesthetic drugs, and they have, taking hallucinogenic type medications. It affects his bladder. I mean, to me, this is icky. It's slanderous. If somebody released this about me, I would lawyer up. Like, you know what I mean? I would file my lawsuit right now, because I don't care if you're a public person or a private person. I would say, wow, you could say this is damaging. And they're saying that he, takes this cocktail of prescription medications, but to say that he's hallucinogenic and talking about his, urination habits, like, really? I don't think, to me, you can have all the sources in the world. If you're going to say this nasty of a thing about somebody, in my humble opinion, I don't care how many sources would allege that. If they don't want to be named, then you have to question why they don't want to be named. I think that you've got to name one person. And if you are saying these secret sources that you'll never reveal, I'm filing a lawsuit on this one. And especially because you have somebody who his mother has said, Mae Musk, I follow her on social media, his mother has said the reason that she left South Africa and the reason that she came to this country was for a better education, because she said that Elon Musk, her son, was diagnosed with Asperger's. So which some people say is on the autism spectrum, whatever. But I will say this, when you are, let's say you have a child who's diagnosed with being on the spectrum, or you have a child that's diagnosed with something like Asperger's, that diagnosis is not quote unquote cured, right? That's not something, if you're diagnosed with ADHD, there's not a quote unquote cure for that. Now, can you mitigate it with, number one, diet, number two, exercise, so lifestyle choices. So let's say, and that really feeds into this Maha Commission report that talks about the foods we eat, and that other nations, including, across Europe, and I've talked a lot about that the foods we eat in this country and the foods that we even are marked as healthy that are not even allowed in other countries. Why? Well, because all these dyes and these petroleum-based entities, these chemicals, preservatives, and et cetera, that we put in our foods, they are known. And there are scientific studies that have, for years, I've been quoting these studies. You know me. I've been talking about this for years. There are scientific studies that claim that they at least contribute to some of these things like ADHD and maybe other things too, not to mention the cancers and so on. So for somebody who's been, diagnosed since childhood with something like Asperger's, is he on prescription meds? Perhaps. But to make these slanderous allegations about somebody with these secret, nasty sources, I just think that's ugly. And I think it's unfortunate. And they're doing it on purpose. It's nasty. Shame on you. And they're doing it just to be a fly in the ointment, just to be a pouty face, just to be nasty, just to spoil somebody's last day of 130 days.
Who's got this exclusive, by the way?
It's the New York Times is the one that's putting this out here. And then everybody, of course, jumps on and quotes it. And now it goes viral.
And how do they cover Hunter Biden again?
I know.
Yeah. Double standard.
Let's get to Kathy Barnett is in the house. Big show tomorrow. Kathy, a lot to chew off. I mean, my gosh, I think you have to expand your show to 5 hours to fit everything in that's going to happen today. You know what I mean? We've got, and it's just begun. How are you, my friend?
I am doing well. Talk to Greg about expanding the show, right? I'm open.
Kathy Barnett. Yeah, so, you know what? I don't know if you've even seen this. The New York Times now claiming this, that Elon Musk was using a, quote, like cocktail of drugs on the campaign trail, and that's the real reason they want him out of the White House, etc. Do you have any comment on that?
I was listening. No, I have not read that. I, knee deep in some other projects right now, so I haven't actually had an opportunity to see that pop up yet. But I was listening to your commentary right before I came on. And the process that you just described, they have a technical name for it. It's called the wrap. That's literally what it is. And what they do is that one person, one journalist write a story, and then that, and this is very, it's a concerted effort. This isn't by happenstance. They coordinate with others, where one journalist write an article and then it miraculously get picked up, and then everyone just starts quoting the original article, not providing typically any additional context, but the purpose is for it to go mainstream, go very viral, and it's really just to sully and to damper whatever enthusiasm there may be for someone. And there is a lot of popularity for what Elon has done with Doge, whether we actually see the fruition of all of these quote unquote cuts or not. It's like over almost $500 billion of cuts, according to Elon. But we don't know if that's real or not. But nevertheless, there's a lot of enthusiasm for him. And as he's walking out, they want to just sully his good name and keep it moving.
Yeah. Well, look, I hope he sues. I just think that's what you have to do. The lawyers always win, as Rich Cioli always says. But the headline at the New York Times: on the campaign trail, Elon Musk juggled drugs and family drama. And this comes, and to your point, and they have two different authors, Kirsten Grind and Megan Toohey. As you astutely pointed out, Kathy Barnett, they've had these two working on this story. It's like the song, it's the opposite of tell me something good, it's tell me something bad. Let's find something really nasty to just kind of ruin the Friday and the last day for this individual. I think and they planned to put this here. And not naming sources. You know what I mean? If they're going to name the sources, then that's different, but they're not naming these inside sources or whatever. Well, any idiot can claim something. What evidence do you have? As a publication,
right.
It's I wouldn't put somebody, nor would you, on our show. That's our way of quote unquote publishing, right? I wouldn't put somebody on my show without questioning them or pushing back. If they were making allegations about somebody that are, really nasty. And by the way, to say somebody's juggling drugs, you're saying the person's committing a felony and talking about their family. That's some trash talk.
Well, the drama behind Elon Musk and his, multiple children by multiple baby mamas, that is very public and everyone knows about it. And I am not here to pretend that that's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay if it was a black man who had a bunch of babies by a lot of baby mamas. And so it's not okay for Elon Musk to do it either. And I've been very outspoken against that becoming mainstream among conservatives. We have to remember who we are as conservatives. But at the same time, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I do not have to participate or glorify Elon's lifestyle because I don't think it's something to be glorified or to be made mainstream, to be normalized in American culture. But at the same time, I can appreciate what he did. And I believe he did what no one else would be willing or have the backbone to do. Elon doesn't necessarily need anyone. He's the richest man in the world. And so it could only take someone like an Elon Musk to go in and to just start ripping the names off of these federal buildings and to start locking people out. I don't think there's anyone, specifically in the Republican Party, who would have the spine to do such a thing. And so I am grateful for what Elon Musk did. And I appreciated whether these, $450-something billion of Doge cuts are real or not. whether what is real will be codified or not, I have no idea. But, this is not a linear, discussion. And I think that that's the unfortunate aspect about American media and dialogue, is that everything tends to try to, people try to dumb it down to the lowest common denominator, right? We go from A to B to C to D, and sometimes it's not a direct route. And so I can appreciate what Elon has done. I don't glorify his lifestyle. I think it's abominable. I don't think we should be glorifying it, or especially not normalizing it. But it's not new. We've all known this for some time now with this baby mama drama and everything. And yet,
well,
at the
he's
same
been
time,
open. He's been open with having his son with him. He's not hiding the fact that and even I guess most of the women live, I guess, in a centralized area. I picture it like
it is abominable. It is abominable.
I'm not going to say that. I'm really not.
Okay, well, you don't have to.
I'm not. People, this is America. If he can, I don't know.
No,
I don't know that. I think my husband would say, "Oh my goodness, why would I want more than one wife?" Like the Big Love show. Remember that with the sister wives? You know what I mean?
Very true.
My husband Larry say, "Oh my goodness, just think about the reality of that. Like, oh my, one wife is enough." Or but in his case, whatever, dude, whatever works. I'm not saying I'm not judging somebody like abominable, but at the same time, I don't like the media going after somebody because suddenly they don't like the fact that he's with a president who has an R behind his name,
Right. Now, of course, we don't like that, right? And of course, we can say that, and that is what I mean by being able to walk and chew gum. I've already said I appreciate what Elon has done. I believe no one in our borders as a nation will have the spine to do it, and I'm grateful that he did what he did. But then when you bring up his family formation, I can make a judgment because he's put this out there. It is out there in front of us, and we do not have to pretend we don't see it. And I believe that there is something very valuable about remembering who we are as a nation and that all values are not equal. We do not have to pretend that all values are the exact same and that we have to abide by all of it just because someone is working on our side or not. I think that, so I think it's important for us to make those kind of distinctions, because I believe values are important. I know, there's this running theme that, to each their own. But when we were talking about a black man having multiple babies by multiple baby mamas, no one looked at that and said, yeah, that's okay. No, it's not okay, because a family is the bedrock of every society, and we want healthy family formations, and money is not the only it should not be the only indicator of whether or not this is going to be a healthy family. Look at Hollywood and look at their children. So we all have a role to play in what kind of society we think is the better society. And so we can look at, not calling Elon abominable, but I don't agree with the family formation that he has decided to put together. And I can say that without being a hypocrite, and at the same time say I appreciate what he's done. And I could also say, of course, the media is biased because it's Donald Trump. They had nothing to say about Hunter Biden with his drug-induced lifestyle and baby mama drama and strippers and all of that, and looked like little kids in this pornography video. I did not watch the video. I just saw some of the still photos, and they looked like very underage girls in this compromising situation. And no one talked about it. No one still talks about the white powdery substance that was found at the White House. And so, but I think most Americans understand the bias, but it is still not. It doesn't feel good. I mean, if you remember back in 2022, the rap is exactly what they did with me. And one person wrote the article. Next thing I know, 50 different news outlets are just republishing it. And now it seems like everybody's talking about it and everyone's asking me these questions and I'm not answering anyone, when that wasn't the case at all. The downside is that, one, it doesn't feel good at all. Two, you can still Google those stupid articles on me. And so that's your information being, it's not fairly displayed. That's out there in perpetuity. But that is, as I've learned, a part of the price of being public, and especially in this hyperbolic culture we live in.
Yeah, it's so true. Hey, what's coming up on your show tomorrow?
Oh, my goodness. I went to Job Creators Network in Savannah, Georgia, met a lot of great people. These are the salt of the earth individuals. These are the small business owners who hire over 90 million Americans that make up almost 50% of our economy. And I got to speak with one of the executives at Salem Radio who was at this business environment talking about Jesus, and he's Arab. So I could not help but to sit down and have this conversation with him just about life and how we look at life. And because, we talked about what I think most people are struggling with, and that is, life is hard, life is difficult, and trying to find hope and figure out how to think about very complex topics. And so that's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow.
Awesome. Kathy Barnett Show coming up tomorrow. My friend, have a wonderful Friday and a blessed Friday. Thank you. And we'll talk soon.
I appreciate you, Dawn. Blessings.
Appreciate you back. Kathy Barnett, the one and only. So, tell me something good rather than something bad. Tell me something good.
Chrisley family is about to come for a press conference. I'm sure we're going to want to take that one live, Dawn.
Who is?
The Chrisley family.
Oh, the Chrisley family.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. They just to update you if you don't know who they are either, because I didn't know who they were.
You didn't?
Nope.
No?
Don't remember
Not
them.
a big
No, I just don't remember them
show fan?
at all. It's weird. I'm so weird with pop culture. I'm so bad with pop culture. I really am.
Yeah. Their fame solely comes from the fact, and Kale hit upon this, they used to come on after Monday Night Raw, and Monday Night Raw is a notorious turn it on and fall asleep to program, so I think their high ratings solely came from people falling asleep during wrestling, leaving on the channel, and Chrisley Knows Best was the next show on. I don't know if many people recognize them as they're kind of portraying in the media.
I recognize them when I see the old pictures of that. It's Todd and Julie Chrisley, if you don't know this. They had reality TV shows, but they were accused of embezzling a whole bunch of money from a nonprofit or a bank from victims. And so my only concern with that was, because I had looked, did they have to repay all the money to those victims? I think they paid back. They had to pay back a ton, but that's my only question on something like that. You know what I mean? When you're talking about a financial situation. But he did pardon them. I know their daughter was out in front, so they're holding a news conference soon.
Yeah.
Yippee skippy.
You sound so excited.
No, when I was a kid, my parents, this is the ironic part of getting into TV news.
Yeah.
I went to journalism school. My parents would not, we didn't watch TV. We just didn't.
What?
We weren't allowed.
Really?
We only could watch 1.5 hour show as a family. If you watched.
Was it a specific show?
Well, not really, because we're like, no, we were just, my parents kept us busy.
Yeah.
So we did not, I'm horrible with, Larry will tell you, don't play Trivial Pursuit with Dawn. If it's history, I'm okay. I'm pretty good with history. But my parents were, you know what I mean? They were born again Christians. Huh. They didn't drink or smoke. We were at church stuff all the time, or we were in sports, or we were in, but we did not watch TV.
Wow.
So I've had to, I have every Trivial Pursuit game if you came to my house, and I actually will look at the little cards and go through it.
Yeah.
To know, do you know what I'm saying? To know culture.
So sometimes
I'm so bad with pop culture.
Sometimes they break it down by decade, though. I feel like there's a decade that was turned on, and I feel like Dawn Zenzel would know everything about pop culture starting at that point when you did start paying attention. No?
Mm-mm. And then when I went
2000s culture, I think you could blast through.
If it's with my kids, okay, if it's something like the Wiggles or something like that,
okay.
Then if it's with my kids, that's where it begins. Do you know what I'm saying? Yep. So 2004 and on, I'm good.
Huh.
Also, with working in TV news and working shift work and anchoring the 10 o'clock news or late news, do you know what I'm saying? I never watched like evening news.
Wow.
Do you see what I'm saying? Because I was working. So that's another piece of it.
I mean, the most important or impressive thing about everything you're telling me is that you're just an OG. He's like a lot of people in the industry, they'll watch other people, they'll get ideas, they'll get influenced, and Dawn Stensland's just Dawn Stensland. She stood in front of a camera and was herself, and
The good, the bad, the ugly.
I think it turned out
But
fantastically.
it's like quirky. Do you know what I'm saying? Because of that. So don't ever play Trivial Pursuit with me.
Question
will
for you
lose.
from, who is this? Newman Price. Dawn, did you watch Hee Haw?
Hee Haw.
Yeah, it said every family watched that one.
So you know what? My dad loves that show. It's still somewhere. It's still somewhere on. The Hee Haw is like, so, and I thought, what's the song? There's like a song that my dad quotes, like, and she was done or gone or something, like my dad'll like do the Hee Haw thing. My dad loves that show. That's
Yeah?
so funny that you bring that
How
up.
about Petticoat Junction? Yeah, I don't know. that
I
one.
don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
Petticoat? Is that sounds
Gary-
like a
Gary says-
Petticoat Junction sounds like a porn flick, doesn't it?
Jim's over here saying, no, it's not.
Is
it's
it?
not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank God.
And finally, I was going to ask about the Waltons. That's why I asked, was it like a
The
weekly, you guys all sit in front of the TV and...
See, I don't even. So, the Waltons that's another show that's still on somewhere.
Yeah.
On one of those.
It's on.
It's on like maybe a Christian
MeTV
Badger.
is what Jim
okay, it's
says.
on MeTV.
Yeah.
So if these shows.
It's 12 o'clock on MeTV. He knows.
Like Columbo. You know how I know that show? Because my son Michael is watching. Like he's watching it right now. Because Columbo is like the detective in the overcoat. That's a show that right now like high school and college students love Columbo.
Really?
Yes.
Really? I would never expect Columbo to be upon their watch.
Can I tell you something? It ages very well. If you watch it, it's well done.
I don't know if I've ever watched Columbo, to be quite honest with you.
There's a show called, oh my God, it's a show, help me out. It's like a radio station from Cincinnati, and I had never heard of it, so Larry was showing me clips from it.
WKRP, Cincinnati, right?
Thank you.
Yes.
So the other day, Larry played this clip, and he was showing me like they did this whole bit, and it was like turkeys being a turkey drop, but the turkeys couldn't fly.
Uh-huh.
And he showed me this clip, and I was like, that is so funny. When is that from? Because that is...
We're here to witness the big WKRP Turkey Thanksgiving giveaway. Hey, you got permission to be out here? What? You're blocking my store here, buddy. Don't you know who I am? I'm Les Nessman. I won the Buckeye News Hawk Award last year.
Do you guys know this show?
Yeah.
You do? I did not know that. So Larry's like, So that bit that you just played, and it ends, it's hysterical with him describing, because they were doing like a turkey drop at Thanksgiving. Listen.
What a sight, ladies and gentlemen, what a sight.
Dropping the turkeys from the chopper. But the problem is, I guess the program manager, which would be the Greg Stocker, did not realize turkeys don't fly.
Cars running around pushing each other. Oh my goodness! Oh, the humanity! Oh, people are running about. The turkeys are hitting the ground like sacks of wet cement.
So I saw it for the first time in my life just this week. Larry was showing me this, like, you've never heard of this show? I was like, I've never heard of this show.
It's one of the greatest. If you're a radio geek, you know the show and have
Okay.
seen every episode. Dr. Johnny Fever, Venus Flytrap, Lonnie Anderson, she was the secretary.
Oh my goodness.
It's all over my head, Don, too. I
it's-
apologize.
And that was probably one of the most famous episodes ever, is the turkey drop episode. It airs like almost every Thanksgiving.
What a great idea. But think about how funny that is. And Larry had pointed out, he's like, that could be a Saturday Night Live. How long is that? That could be an SNL bit. That's funny. That it's non-political. To your point, Jimmy, it's like a classic. But they should bring that stuff back.
I think Dan Aykroyd at one point in time, and I could be wrong on this, he did a bit where he was a DJ and he was flipping back from the FM frequency to the AM frequency on a Saturday Night Live skit. I'm going back to
That's brilliant.
That's back when Saturday Night Live was funny.
See, I love this stuff because I'm just...
It's Kip Casey, wake up time, driving to work, to school, having breakfast, or just doing some crazy morning things around the house. Casey's on the case. I'm Kip Casey. I'll be here till noon with a few words, a little music, and of course the Pasternak Air Hammer Giveaway Day contest a little later on. Here's a tune to get you moving and grooving on this sunny Friday morning. An old one from Tony Orlando and Don Candida. Some gold.
This is awesome.
Okay.
Now switching over to FM. AM to FM.
You found that quick, man.
That is so funny. Dan Borowski is like,
you just pull them out of his head.
Good job, Dan. Yeah, quick Dan.
Thank you. You guys ever watch News Radio? That's another cult classic for us in radio. It was one of Joe Rogan's first appearances, where he was almost like an intern producer type, and they're in a news radio setting. Ran for 5 seasons in the 90s. Andy Dick also in the show. I do suggest checking it out. Very, very good stuff.
Okay, I'm looking
Stephen
at
Root,
it.
Dave Foley, yeah.
So it was the final episode was May 4th of 1999. I've never seen that in my life. I will definitely check it out.
Check
Probably
out
with my
Talk
sons.
Radio, too, as well, which
Talk
was
Radio?
a movie. Eric Bogosian.
See, the nice thing is there's not a lot of new original stuff, so to me, it's all new and original.
That's the benefit of that.
It's not a reboot.
We do have to step aside. Stanley Goldfarb coming up, Don.
And this is good because remember, this is an update for you locally on what's going on with these surgeries, invasive surgeries of children, and the what our hospitals locally, children's hospitals, hospital groups, what they're doing now. It's an about face, and you'll hear from the man coming right up around the corner.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A little boy is safe after he's taken in a running car that was stolen in Germantown. A rollerblading robber armed with a gun targets a gas station in Montgomery County. The Phil is set to begin a 3-game series against Milwaukee tonight. Will Bryce Harper return to the lineup after an elbow injury?
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more. The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Clouds will give way to some sunshine through the afternoon with a high temperature right near average at 78. The flash flood watch goes into effect this evening. Watch out for rain, heavy at times with a possible thunderstorm overnight with a low 62. And for Saturday, an early morning shower, then becoming partly sunny. Then during the afternoon, another chance for a scattered shower or storm, high 72.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
If you attend a small dinner party of typically very liberal, upper-income Angelenos, it is not uncommon to hear parents who each have a trans kid having a conversation about that. What are the odds of that happening in Youngstown, Ohio? If this spike in trans children is all natural, why is it regional? Either Ohio is shaming them or California is creating them.
That was 3 years, almost to the day, 3 years ago. You might say it's when Bill Maher started making his own transition, realizing that the Democrat Party had gone way too far to the left and had left him, along with many Americans. It's an issue we've talked about with sensitivity. As you know me, I speak with such sensitivity for the mental health crisis that's going on. But as well, we've seen all of these cuts to Medicaid. We are now seeing the letters that are going out to hospital groups, including our area, not just children's hospitals, saying they're doing these cuts to Medicaid. And that's one of the reasons that they're citing, the hospital groups, that is, as we've really broke the story with Beth Ann Rossica, broke the story this week, Dr. Beth Ann Rossica, talking about the fact that now they're pulling back. This is PSU, this is HUP, some of our huge hospital groups. I don't see that Children's Hospital is releasing a statement saying that they're no longer going to do the invasive surgeries on children, but we are seeing it with the other hospital groups. You know, we first had quoted and spoken with Dr. Stanley Goldfarb, talking about his group, Do No Harm. And he is the chairman of this group, Do No Harm. And we've talked a lot about the fact, and welcome in Dr. Stanley Goldfarb. Thanks for being here today to talk about this. I imagine you feel good, at least, that this word is out and that hospital groups across the nation, and some of them on the list that you put out in this area where I'm broadcasting from in the Philadelphia region, just your reaction first and foremost to what is now a lead story in our local news, that these hospital groups are pulling back on these invasive surgeries on children.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's good to be with you. You know, I mean, it makes me happy. This is a terrible problem in our country. These children really are unable to really understand what they're embarking on when they go through these so-called gender transitions, and even receiving the medications have a whole large number of side effects associated with them, some of which produce long-lasting, life-altering kinds of changes that are not reversible. I'm happy that no further children are going to have their breasts removed and other such procedures at HUP, which is the Penn's main teaching hospital. Children's Hospital is one of the largest providers in the country, if not the largest provider of so-called gender transition care in the nation. And I wish that they would, when these children come there and seek this kind of treatment, that they're sent to psychiatrists and undergo really intense psychiatric care to understand why they feel the way they do. This is the approach that's been taken now around the world, and the United States is sort of an outlier with all this, expecting that children actually can make these decisions in any sort of rational way and go ahead and start them on treatments that are life-altering.
And another piece of this is as well, Dr. Goldfarb, and that is that the opportunity for, let's say, Medicaid. So we learned through Freedom of Information requests in Pennsylvania, I'll just use Pennsylvania as an example, there were foster children, a group of them, more than a dozen as I recall, and they were Medicaid paid for their for these surgeries, invasive surgeries, in other words, cutting off private parts, that sort of thing. And that came out, I believe, last year that I had talked about it and done interviews on it. And so that's my question. Is there a monetary side of this? Because we're learning about, millions of dollars in, let's say, Medicaid money that's paying for children. And then that's why, as well, I wanted to play that Bill Maher clip from 3 years ago in which he said, why is this regional? I would add on to that and say, well, why is this among foster children, let's say, paid for by Medicaid? I mean, are there connections to be made with that?
Yeah, there are, because, what we know about these children that ask for these kinds of services, that they have really a great deal of underlying mental disorders and psychological problems that are associated with their disturbed childhood. And obviously a foster child, for the most part, is really a child that's, bereft of a family that can support them in all things and really under very difficult circumstances. So it's not surprising that these very vulnerable children will be ones that once they go online and hear about this or hear about it in school or wherever, will be the ones that are really vulnerable to these kinds of suggestions that part of their unhappiness is due to their gender, and that if they change their gender, suddenly they'd be happy. We know from very careful medical studies that, in fact, these kinds of treatments do not improve their mental well-being, do not make them happier, and therefore these very vulnerable populations. It's not surprising that they tend to be targets for many physician groups and hospitals that are providing these treatments. And there is a monetary issue here. Our Stop the Harm database that, if any of your listeners go on our website, donoharmmedicine.org, they can visit this Stop the Harm database, which shows what goes on in each hospital in each state in the country. And again, as I mentioned, Children's Hospital is right at the top of the list. And again, we know from multiple studies that as many as 30% of the children that go through these treatments are autistic. Many of them are depressed. Many of them have anxiety. Many of them have had a great deal of family difficulties, like these foster children.
Did you say
autistic? Yes, 30% of the children that have been receiving these treatments are autistic. Yeah, and that's been seen in many groups, including in Great Britain and in the United States.
And so with this, there's also a piece of it that I have to ask you about, and that is, imagine with anything that a child or an adult is going through, and the suggestion is that having an invasive surgery, in other words, cutting off body parts or surgically altering body parts, and then using plastic surgeons and so on and so forth, that's the only way that you could be happy. It's just thinking about that from a medical approach, isn't the better theory to say to somebody that you're God's beautiful creation? To me, it's a strange answer to say that you need surgery such that you can now be comfortable in your own skin. That, to me, it doesn't coincide with what I know as far as medicine and healers. I can't even wrap my brain around that.
I'll say a couple of things. First of all, my organization has focused on children. we haven't taken a position about adults. I think adults, if this is a decision that they want to take on, that's really their business.
Yeah.
Whether physicians should apply treatments that haven't been shown to be effective and have been shown to be to have great risk associated with them is there's sort of an ethical problem. The problem with children, of course, is that they can't possibly understand what they're getting into if they go ahead and start down the trail of taking these medications which prevent them from going through puberty, medications which change their physical characteristics to make them look like the opposite sex in certain ways, and then finally to undergo surgical procedures. They can't possibly understand the implications of what they're doing, and that's why we're so greatly opposed to this approach in children. What children need when they claim that this is an approach they want to take, what they need is a psychiatrist who understands the issues associated with this and is not going to simply affirm their ideas, which is what's going on often with psychiatrists these days, but rather will try to understand the basis for this kind of disorder, mental disorder, which gender dysphoria really is. It's part of the listing of psychiatric disorders, and the treatment that it needs is psychiatric treatment, not medical treatment, not surgical treatment.
And so what, I know that you had testified to the U.S. House of Representatives, that subcommittee on education and workforce development. For you testifying, where do you see the government's role, Congress's role, as far as changing laws? At one point, empowering children, stopping the bullying of children, and some of these kids are vulnerable and in vulnerable communities, that sort of thing. We know that. But what as far as testifying before them, was your point to recommend to them?
Well, actually, my testimony was about other issues related to some of the problems in here. But our view, my organization's view, and we have a number of psychiatrists that are part of my organization, our view is, though, that, when you have a problem like this that's been taken on by medical groups that have supported it, that the only way that we can really stop this is to have legal intervention here. We think this is not ideal. I wish there needn't be governmental intervention into medical care in this way. But the major medical groups in this country, for some bizarre reason, have decided to ignore all of the research that was done. In the most recent report put out by Health and Human Services, they cited 17 systematic reviews that all came to the same conclusion, that the evidence that there's any benefit to transitioning children is really almost non-existent, and there's plenty of evidence that it's harming children. And despite that, the American Medical Association, the American Pediatric Association, the American College of Physicians, all of these organizations come down and said that they support so-called gender-affirming care. There's no evidence that these children commit suicide more frequently than any other child that has so much underlying mental distress. And there's no evidence that these children are really made happy and that their underlying psychological problems are cured by these treatments. And yet these organizations push it. I think the best answer to all this ought to be that the medical world itself decides that they're going to follow the lead of all the European countries, of the federal government, to go ahead and stop this kind of treatment of children. And if people want to go through gender surgeries and all that, and they can find physicians that think it's ethical to do that, that should be reserved for when they're adults.
Well, Dr. Goldfarb, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much. And until next time, I hope we continue the conversation. Thank you, Dr. Goldfarb. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, and as he said, I wanted to get to this. We will have to get to another time. I had reported at the time, but when he testified before the subcommittee there, it was on DEI. And that topic, you may remember I had touched upon it. It was how DEI, he had testified, is really dangerous everywhere, including medical school. So that was that topic. We'll continue.
He was speaking as an associate dean there about UPenn, way ahead of the times, too.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Absolutely.
I'd love to hear about that.
So I'm enjoying our YouTube chat. Some of you are, we're having fun with some of your top shows, Starsky and Hutch. We're putting we're having fun with this one. So we'll continue that conversation, the sidebar conversation.
I have to underline,
on the YouTube chat.
It really is a great time in that YouTube chat.
Yes.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and chat with Dawn. Where else can you do that besides YouTube? Do it now, or by calling us.
Yeah, so I'm like typing in stuff. I'm talking to Dr. Goldfarb, and I'm like, oh yeah, Starsky and Hutch, and I'm like, so we're having these. It's fun. I have fun with you guys. Thanks for being here. Whether you're on YouTube, Odyssey, wherever you get whether you're streaming or on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, 855-839-1210. I got to talk about my guys. Marvin E. Cans, they're awesome. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We just, as I told you, what was that now? It's like little over a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago. They installed that Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit. It's fully installed. It's a beautiful thing. This is in our lower level. Why? Because that lower level with poor ventilation and ductwork, we needed that ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. It's a total game changer for us. Larry and I both share an office and studio in our lower level there. So if you have some of those, maybe a harder to reach area, you don't have the ductwork, maybe an older home or for whatever reason, consider this mini split from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. You're going to love it. It's a game changer. Visit Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Yo, it's Coop. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and you bring your phone. That's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. It's guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today.
$20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So just looking at the White House is having a busy morning. Man, they're putting out all these press releases, just one after the other. But the big one, I think, headlining, talking about the economy and then promoting the big news conference, which will be breaking news during the Dom Show at 1:30 with Trump in the Oval Office, Elon Musk. Will Trump comment on that nasty New York Times article? I imagine he will, knowing him, right? I think we can predict that. And what's the winner? Do we have a consensus on the YouTube chat as we look back at pop culture and all the shows?
No, everyone's just throwing out random shows here.
Like Tourette syndrome of like...
Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell.
21 Jump Street.
Starsky and Hutch.
Starsky and Hutch.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Knight Rider. In Living Color.
In Living... 2 Snaps. In Living Color, that was a good one.
So you know your pop culture? Come on.
Because I literally study this stuff. Now that you told me about some other shows, I will make sure. It's something it's fun, I think, to teach your kids music and movies and pop culture. So we'll definitely look at some of those. But it's not like I experienced them in real time in my life. But then it's fun because it's all new. And everything sucks on TV anyway, so it kind of gives you some new content. Hey, thanks for being here today. Seriously, I always have so much fun with you. Kathy Barnett, she wrote, like, afterwards, she's like, I appreciate you. I'm like, I love you. But she was like a nun with the ruler showing up with her abomination line, right? Because, come on. I just always have to tease her. Dom, you're going to have a gangbusters of a day. I think everything's breaking during the Dom Show and the Zioli Show today. What a busy
that's
Friday.
why I say it. Dump the news Friday, without a doubt. On this case of putting welfare food stamp terminals in smoke shops where you can't buy anything in there with them is breaking tens of millions of dollars. And it's just appropriate on a day with Elon Musk being honored, sort of.
Yes.
This is what you're up against. This is how much of it is out there. Despite the best efforts, I got to say the other side has won on this, indicating you need to do more of it. You need to do it for years.
Amen. Great Dom Show just ahead. Have a wonderful Friday.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey, good Friday, everyone. It is Dom time, and it's a day where Elon Musk will be honored. I think it's a 130-day mark or something close to that for what he did with Doge. And this was an all-out effort. The story I'm going to tell you is just an example, though, of what we're up against. This is a New York story. They've just busted people, and it may be in the neighborhood of $75 million in setting up fraudulent EBT terminals. Several in smoke shops. You can't buy that stuff with EBT. It's a whole scheme, though, to rig this stuff at a massive level. Cut 13, here's Secretary Rollins, the head of the Agriculture Department, explaining what happened here.
Listen, this is a new day, and President Trump promised as he was traveling across the country over the last few years that it would not be the government that we know. The government certainly that under Joe Biden exponentially grew, and alongside that, including the fraud and waste and abuse. And so at USDA, we are hyper-focused on rooting out that waste, fraud, and abuse. And to your point, yesterday was, if not the largest, one of the largest stings and moving forward and finding that fraud. I think almost $70 million that is no longer going to be allowed here in Washington and with these programs like the food stamp program. So we're going to move forward, obviously, in partnership with the FBI, with the Department of Justice, of course, our team at USDA. This is not the one and only. There are going to be many more to come, and we're going to make sure that we're delivering on our promises to the taxpayers.
Here, a word of advice, too, with the secretary, too. What I would emphasize, I'm looking at Gateway Pundit and what they ought to be doing in New Jersey. These were in smoke shops, some of these. Yeah, the number, people hear numbers, yada, yada, yada. They're always cheating and all. But you talk about the brazenness of the places they set up these terminals, the whole industry in inner cities across the country, this in mostly New York, $70 million. So on a day where Elon Musk is going to be honored, it's an example of what you're up against. I don't think anybody really knows the true figure of what he was able to root out. It's substantial, but it shows you what you're up against here, that it is unrelenting with the federal government, the swamp, and all the things involved. It just has to be all-out war every day. And you're either in it, if you expect to just defeat them and they're defeated and that's it. No, this is their life. This is who they are. This is what it's about. So kudos to Elon Musk on this. I would have tightened it up a little bit, but overall, the energy, the stuff they found, the stuff they were engaged in, and the story I just gave you, I thought was so appropriate for a day like this. Now, here's where the rubber meets the road, though, as far as coming after on so many issues. I haven't seen the Trump administration withhold federal funds. I think they ought to withhold it this weekend. I'm trying to figure out how I can watch it in real time and scream at it and root on that this trans athlete fails in 3 events in California. Trump was right to threaten them. What did they do? They got cute. They ran out the clock. They said, okay, we'll let more girls go in. We'll give a trophy to the girl that's the highest, and we're going to give it to him, apparently, because since he's going to win. When does it stop? Where does it stop? It's got to be something draconian. And I want to see if they're going to do it because yesterday, the Trump administration gave us a list, and oh boy, here we go again, these people. We're going to talk with Beth Ann Rossica, one of our favorites, a little bit later. How do we define a sanctuary city? Now, we know that Philadelphia is a sanctuary city. They're on paper, they're on record. The mayor tried to rope-a-dope and not talk about it, but it is a sanctuary city. It is listed here. But so are Montgomery, Delaware, and Chester counties. And I believe all 3 of them, I don't care what the hell they say they are. They're trying to dodge it now. They're trying to say we just follow the law. No, you don't. They don't want to help ICE. Notice they did not list Bucks County, even with those goofball commissioners, as a sanctuary county. Jersey was named as an entire sanctuary state, but they did single out Camden County, Burlington County. Now, Burlington, I'm not exactly sure. I went back and saw some of the coverage on them. I'm willing to hear them. But the charge is this. These people are slow walking it. They will not aid and abet ICE with people that are here illegally, may be criminal, etc. They just won't do it. Representative Ryan McKenzie, who represents parts of Lehigh and Northampton, both on the list, said that sanctuary policies put the community and law enforcement in harm's way. So what you see these suburban Philadelphia counties doing is this. They want the buzz of the brand that they're not going to help you, ICE. We hate you. Get out of here. But then they don't want to pay the penalty. Even Montgomery County would not go. You may remember that. They would not. They say they're welcoming, and that's about it. They won't say the magic words, even though they're letting vicious criminals out on the street. That's another reason why Fred Herron is one of our honorees this year at Mulligan's 3 weeks from today. Got to make plans for that, along with Linda Kearns. He's actually wanting a program. He's opted into it to go after illegal criminals that are here to aid and abet ICE. He deserves an award in Bucks County. These other places, I mean, I think voters in the suburbs now want illegals here. They just want to not be as crass about it as Philadelphia was. So Philadelphia says they're going to fight back. Well, in fighting back, they're going to show that they are indeed sanctuary cities. That's what they want to be. It's one of their taglines. DEI, sanctuary cities. I'm not so sure about Burlington County. Camden County's in here. Trenton, of course, is in here. Any number of cities in Jersey. California, they just said, what the heck, put every city in California in here, it looks like. 855-839-1210. Will they be able to take the funds away? You start taking the funds away, even if it's a few $1 million, you get that on the big board, and you know what happens. You are able then to inflict where they live, the money, the pain, and as a result of that, well, then we're off to the races. Now, the Supreme Court has ruled, too, that President Trump, this in addition to 350,000 people here from Venezuela, now it's 500,000 more from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Under the Biden provisions, Trump can overrule them and move forward with more deportations. We're talking close to 1 million people here. Now we're in raw numbers. Now, you may remember the people from Haiti made news during the election because of what was going on in Ohio and also the town in Pennsylvania we routinely would get into. They inundated those towns. In Aurora, Colorado, it was the Venezuelan drug gangs taking over housing developments. So this is a good win for Trump here. We'll see how he plays it, what he does moving forward. The Supreme Court, though, really has to work harder. They can't be taken off the summer. We have too many issues they can only decide, like the tariff policy and where we are with it. Trump's gotten a bit of a low on it after the decision from that court over commerce. Supreme Court's got to give a definitive ruling here. The president's tariff power, as I read it, well, here is J.D. Vance making a very strong case on this about this emergency power stuff. I'm not sure it was on a national show. It'll come to me here in a second. Here's Vance making the point, this is cut 9, that there is an emergency, and that's why President Trump can use this power, cut 9.
The president has very broad discretions to engage in foreign policy, to actually protect American consumers from foreign predators, from people who are trying to access our markets, dump into our markets, destroy American industries. The president has a lot of power to prevent that stuff from happening. Now, this court decision, I think, is really based on a legal technicality. And so, my second point is the president also has broad discretion to deal with this stuff. So even if you somehow had this legal technicality hold up in court, I think there are a lot of ways in which the president of the United States can protect American workers and protect American workers from these very, very unfair trade practices. And I think it's important, Greg, to say, okay, what does this mean for the American people? We believe, and we're right, that we are in an emergency. You've seen foreign governments, sometimes our adversaries, threaten the American people with the loss of critical supplies. I'm not talking about toys, plastic toys. I'm talking about pharmaceutical ingredients. I'm talking about the critical pieces of the manufacturing supply chain. If these governments are threatening to cut us off from that stuff, that is by definition a national emergency. And in that national emergency, the president has very broad discretion to fight back, to bring American industry back home, and to make American consumers protected and much safer. That's all he's trying to do. So whatever this court has said, I think the president has the authority to do his job. We're going to keep on fighting the court cases. We're also going to keep on doing the work for the American people.
It is an emergency situation. All right, maybe not, in the next 10 minutes, but in the broadest sense of that term, critical medical supplies. We've been through this before with COVID. We don't want to go through this anymore with China. I have a speech, not from Harvard, this time from MIT. People are starting to be on to something you and I have been on. It's these big-mouth women that are usually leading the chants and are the graduation speakers. We have another one at MIT who attacks the country, attacks Israel, is raised on TikTok, even though she's at MIT. Harvard, we have several doing the same thing, often with the headgear on. These are America haters. They're Jew haters. They're anti-Semites. And Harvard and MIT are standing by. I don't think they can plead. Well, we didn't know they were going to say that. Take away more money. Wake up every day and say, how many billions can we punish them with? Take every single dime that you can from every one of these cities, from every county that will not aid ICE in protecting us. Delaware County is one of the worst. Here's just a little story of what progressives do. These creeps. And the Republican Party, you share the burden here because you screwed up over 20 years. You took people for granted. Face it, out there in Delaware County. So these progressives who completely dictate Delaware County, instead of having the local health boards, which were much more effective, they know that people, they're going to arrive at keeping you healthy and safe, but they're not going to be draconian. This Brookhaven Swim Club on last Friday, apparently late in the day, it was sort of late, blows a test, too much chlorine in the water, and a railing was loose. They walk over and they put a screwdriver on it. They screw the railing. Check. Nope. That was a previous inspection. We're not going to come back Saturday. No. We can't do that on the weekend. It's one of the biggest swimming up the kickoff of the year. We don't care. We're the government. We don't work then. How about Monday, Memorial Day, the crowd? We won't be back to whenever we decide to on Tuesday. Delaware Valley Journal's got the story, and it seems as if the chlorine thing would have resolved itself as it did within an hour or two. But oh no, we are going to shut you down because these creeps, progressives, government, maybe we've all experienced this, they don't care. They're on their own clock, their own guidelines. They're petty little dictators. The railing was a little bit loose. Oh, it's fixed now. Too bad. We got to come back and re-inspect it on our time on Tuesday. Now, Brookhaven had the usual health thing there. They would have worked it out. Would people have been unsafe at the swim club? No. They would have enjoyed the swim club. Instead, they couldn't do it on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and probably part of Tuesday. Who votes for stuff like this? Oh, Philadelphia suburbs. These people ever connect the dots and say, maybe these people running places like Montgomery and Delaware County, maybe our lives would be better if we had people that are more accommodating. Oh, no, you wouldn't be safe. That railing, oh, my God. Well, we'll fix it right now. Can you wait a few minutes? No, I did your inspection. I'll decide when the next inspection happens. I'm headed over to White Marsh Township. I have a parade to cancel. It's the same mentality with these people. More than just the ideology of politics and Trump and this, that, and the other. They're government, and they are going to tell you what to do. And you just have to hear. And even if you try to comply, that's not good enough. They'll determine when you've complied. Why can't they have their own local board of, as they use? Oh, no, not in Delaware County. All right, side question today, and several people, one on Twitter, a couple of emails, said, Dom, did you happen to see that today is the day of the invention or the, marketing of the e-bike? So Dan came up with this yesterday. We'd like to know about an invention that made the world worse. It doesn't have to have killed a lot of, it's just that you think in your own mind, and it's all in the call, that somehow or another it is a negative. So several of us said social media, I'll add New Coke. And my favorite right now, that is just, and I have a story today of what not Business Journal has this story about AI screwing up with wedding cakes. Oh, yes, you're going to want to hear this. I'll tell you that coming up. So AI is a menace. The Kennedy report, I'm not pulling any punches. They used AI. I mean, look, Kennedy's going to have these people in Washington that want to attack him. You can't write a long report using AI that leaves stuff out, etc. You got to stop it with the AI. If I knew you used AI in doing all that, I'm not going to be friends with you. What the hell are you doing? You cannot use this stuff. Don't you understand? It just says gibberish. The best AI I could, it's not exactly AI, but is when in the office, Michael and Dwight are headed to give fruit baskets as a way to increase sales. And they're told to turn right.
With the GPS.
Yes, with the GPS.
Meant veer right.
Yes, it meant veer right. That's right. And Michael goes, it said turn right. And they go right into a lake. Well, the AI was right. No, it wasn't. It said turn right. It should say veer right. Or what's the other term? Slide right a little bit. It'll come to me. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I think the big one I'm going to take off the board today is the use of plastics in our everyday life.
Okay.
Obviously, I'd say 20 years ago, I'd say the focus more on plastics was that it's all over our streets, it's all over in our oceans, it's choking the turtles, it's doing whatever to our wildlife, and I feel like that focus has shifted more towards humans, and it's like, oh my gosh, all the stuff, everything that's packaged in plastic, whether it's drinks, whether it's food, it's getting into that food, and that food we're putting into us, it's getting into us, and now I think we're all kind of full of plastics, us and the animals. So, yeah, I feel like if we had just kept things in glass and cardboard and other things like that, maybe we'd be a little bit healthier than we would be.
Oh,
so let's get plastic out of here.
All right, so you don't like the line when the guy comes up to Dustin Hoffman in The Graduate? Just one word for you: plastics.
Yeah. That guy is the entire reason we're stuck with the microplastic inside of us.
855-839-1210. You can hit us with that at the end of your call. Coming up, Philadelphia Business Journal. I'm thinking this is kind of a wacky article for them. No, it's not. It just shows you this. And what are Republicans doing? Well, they're trying to say they don't want states to have any say in policing AI. I do. I think these guys just want to run wild with AI. Yeah, put AI down as a reference. Who's going to check it? Well, we're going to have AI check it. Well, they're both wrong. I mean, let's have AI decide to launch the nukes or not. They can make a better decision, right? Just these people all the time. Well, you're wrong. The driverless car can make a better decision than you can. All right. Now, being outraced by a bear, I can accept some things. I'm not accepting anybody tell me they're going to outdrive me with some driverless car, right? Well, that chasm in the road is not supposed to be there, so I'm just going to continue to drive.
The squirrel popped up out of nowhere, so I just swerve into oncoming traffic.
Yeah, exactly. And what kind of value system do you put in? Does it goes, all right, I calculate I'll kill the other person, but not us. Okay, that's good. You want to be driven by AI versus Tom Giordano? 855-839-1210. Jump on board.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Level up the fun this summer in a new Civic Hybrid sedan or hatchback from my friends at Piazza Honda. You know, the Civic Hybrid has received the honor of being named the 2025 North American Car of the Year with an impressive 50 city, 47 highway MPG rating. The sporty Civic sedan now comes with the efficiency and excitement of hybrid performance. Just visit them, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, or you can always browse over 200 hybrid vehicles online. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. At 12:30, we're going to talk with a guy who's written a big expose about Philadelphia teachers, public schools, rubber rooms. Yes, wait until you hear what goes on there. That will be around 12:30 or so. But I'm looking at a report today where I think it's around 1:30 that Elon Musk is honored for his service here, 130 days, whatever the criteria was. It says that 44% of surveyed Tesla owners reported they received intentional damage to their vehicle. Average repair bill, $1,900. But 61% said even if they hadn't had damage, their insurance rates have gone up following the purchase of their EV, an average increase of $340 a year. Millennials said they experienced an even greater increase of $360 annual. This resulted in 30% of EV owners switching insurance provider since their initial purchase. So, you know, the legacy of this with Elon Musk and the results are, put in context, overwhelming. They're not what was promised, but it tells me how difficult this is, how just unbelievably ferocious it is to cut through what has been built up. So it's outstanding when you put it in that context. Now, as far as the AI on today's side question, which is an invention, something like an invention that made the world worse. Philadelphia Business Journal writes, Philadelphia Business Journal now. Our first story this week is about bakeries and AI, but could easily be about lots of other areas where the beautiful images we see online create impossible expectations. Technically, and Love Now Media teamed up to tell the story about Philly Cake's Life Bake Shop now has to educate customers about the AI-created images that look like fancy cakes, but only exist online. They're not alone. A YouTuber recently spent as much as $3,000 to get a baker to try to recreate these cake inspirations. We think it's a lower stakes example of how we can spread the word on how to flag AI creations being passed off as reality. All right, so it's just another example of the scourge of AI. You know, and I'm not believing, too. Count me as a skeptic. Oh, yeah, it's going to cure cancer. I'm always rooting for the human being. I'm always going to root against this. I'm always going to root against the idiots who take just such great pride in this and are always, oh, it's going to cure cancer. Well, why hasn't it yet? Oh, you're not giving it enough time. It's going to cure cancer while the driverless vehicle takes us around. You know, you get off your stop, you're headed to the cancer doctor. Don't worry about it. I cured it on the way there. God, just an endless parade of this stuff. So if it's an AI-generated image, they're saying, hey, don't be investing heavily and think you're going to get that. It's just AI. It's not reality. Constant fakery associated with this. Coming up, we're going to talk with the guy who wrote for Philadelphia Commonwealth Foundation, what happens in Philly schools' rubber rooms. We're also going to talk a little bit later on with Scott Perry, find out what he thinks of the Nippon Steel deal being sealed today. Trump will be in the Pittsburgh area, or Pittsburgh, with iron workers, steel workers. Still a good bit of controversy around it. I mean, I don't see the danger here. I'd lean on the side the jobs it's creating, et cetera, outweigh any difficulties. So there will be the joint news conference, though, with Elon Musk. And we may dip in when the reporters ask a few questions. You know, the New York Times out there today about the ketamine use by Elon Musk. I don't have any knowledge one way or the other, but, you know, it's all out war on this. And we'll continue. And his legacy is what? He tried mightily, but the system got dented a little bit. But the system is lashing out and damaging him and damaging Tesla owners. It's sending a message to anybody else that comes charging into Washington. Beware. Look at what happened to this guy. That's the message they want to send. And it is a bit of a uniparty thing, and that some Republicans are in on that too. I think they're happy today to see this go down. So I'm sure there's going to be a question or two during that news conference that we will be on, and we'll pop in with that. But again, a day that he's honored by President Trump, you know it'll be particularly ferocious. All right, get in on the side question. Give us that invention, if you will. This is e-bike day. One of the most, you know, I remember I was doing overnights at WWDB. When it came down, Drudge, it's going to be announced at 5 o'clock this morning. Actually asked to stay on a little later with the morning show. The Segway. They still have them in a parking garage over at Fifth and Market. That's where we used to park. There's 3 or 4 of them there. I haven't seen them on the streets. Tourism by the Segway. Can you imagine in Philadelphia? An e-bike. Yeah, I'm coming through, baby. You're on a Segway. I'll kill you. My God. The Segway.
Need to bring that back.
Yes, and it was going to revolutionize the world. And they had drawings up. They had the whole thing up. All right, so we'll talk the rubber room next. Then Scott Perry here and you with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. You got the side question. We'll get Dan's in a few minutes. An invention that was clearly, or pretty clearly, bad for the world. That's what we're looking for. Well, the rubber room is an invention we've heard about going back sometime in New York. I'm not sure where they coined it. It's for teachers who are in kind of educational purgatory. Some of them are pretty bad. New York Post has made its living invading the rubber room. So the Commonwealth Foundation, our friends and people that really do a great job, wrote a guest commentary. What happens in Philly schools' rubber rooms? Apparently, this is a better secret than the CIA or Fort Knox. Joining us is David Osborne. He is the Senior Director of Labor Policy with the Commonwealth Foundation. Hey, David, welcome in. And I guess first question, why start to probe the rubber room? What caused this?
Well, thanks for having me, Dom. This is really about the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers. Probably no surprise to you. Philadelphia Federation of Teachers has worked with the district to set up this system in which whenever a district teacher is investigated for any kind of complaint, they go into this room. Now, it's at the headquarters of the district. They report there with nothing to do. They sit there all day, clock in, and then at the end of the day, clock out while their investigation is pending. The idea is that they can keep the teachers around who are too expensive to fire immediately with the hope that perhaps they'll get to come back to the classroom at some point. Unfortunately, some of these investigations really aren't happening, and the teachers sit there for not just months, but years, doing nothing for the district and collecting pay and a pension.
And you're right. We don't know per se because of the information you haven't gotten. But in New York, I remember, it's alleged, some of them here bring a beach chair and sit in there. They go to sleep. They clock in, they go out, then they clock back. They have parties. God knows what they might be doing over there.
Well, Philadelphia Inquirer has reported that some are forming romantic relationships. Some of them clock in,
right,
and then they leave the room and go tour the city of Philadelphia and come back at the end of the day just to clock out.
So I guess their argument, though, is aren't they saving taxpayers by this purgatory?
Well, in a way, they have a point because it's so expensive to fire a teacher because of all of the procedures that have been put in place by the collective bargaining agreement that they may be right. It may actually take more money to go through that process than to pay a teacher to do nothing for years.
So the Freedom of Information Act that you filed, the request, how do they stand at this point? What are you asking for?
Well, listen, we've asked for all sorts of data. We want to know exactly how much this is costing taxpayers so that we can do the kind of math that I just mentioned. I mean, how expensive is it to fire a teacher? If it's too expensive to fire a teacher, we've got to go to Harrisburg about that. But we've asked for financial records. We've asked to know exactly what these teachers have been accused of. We want to know how long each one of them has been in there and what the resolution was at the end of the day. We also want to see what kinds of things the union is doing to reform this process. Because, once the news broke on this, the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers feigned this, outrage about the rubber rooms. In fact, they've known about it for years and have been intimately involved with the rubber room. It's their creation.
It is stunning. How did they arrive at the rubber room? Is that an insane asylum sort of connotation? Is that where it came from?
The real terminology for it is a reassignment room.
Right.
Kind of a strange, Orwellian term. Rubber room comes about as we'll put it in quotes because it's got to do with an insane asylum. Somebody who's too difficult to touch, too difficult to manage. You got to put them somewhere. So we put them in the rubber room. A lot of teachers call it teacher jail because that's where they get put when they've done something wrong. Many of them don't know what they've been accused of, though. So at the very least, they're going to sit there for about 90 days wondering what the hell they did wrong. Many of them know exactly what they did wrong, and they're content to sit there for years and continue to accrue pension instead of getting fired.
David Osborne with it. David, while you're here, too, it is budget season. I'm not sure how ferocious it'll be because of SEPTA, but we don't hear, and I wanted to ask you, why Republicans, I've asked several of them, I don't get a direct answer, are not bringing up school choice that much, again, given stories like this, given what we're up against. And the ones that do answer say there's just not a mechanism to, they've reintroduced the Lifeline scholarships thing, I believe. Shapiro, you would think, would want to make a deal here. It would help him a lot. So what's happening in Harrisburg on this?
Senate Republicans have done an excellent job of pushing this, and they're the ones who have the power to do that right now. Unfortunately, it's Governor Shapiro who sat around, not taking leadership over this issue. He initially said that he was in favor of school choice. I mean, he's built his national career on the idea that he's somehow a moderate that supports this idea, and yet he does absolutely nothing to actually push it in Harrisburg. And you know that he has the power to do it, at least with House Democrats. We've only got a couple of people that we need to flip there to get school choice and make it a reality. Last time we were able to do it, he vetoed it. So what we need to do is to replace the governor in Harrisburg to make this thing happen. Either that or he's going to have to take leadership. Teachers unions, they're the ones who push the buttons when it comes to national politics. So, one behind-the-scenes reality is that when he was picked, when he was being considered for vice president, it was really the teachers' unions who came out and went to candidate Harris to ask her to drop him and to go with Walz instead. If he supports school choice now, it's going to kill his national ambitions. That's what I know to be true. So it's very unlikely that he's going to want school choice. I think the Senate Republicans have to continue to do what they've done to insist on it and make it impossible for him to veto.
Right. And if people really want school choice, then when we come up to the governor's race in 2026, I'm trying to edge on Stacey Garrity, and I think that she gets it to make this more in the forefront. This is an issue people care about. Do you think the Democrats, what's the number one issue running against Shapiro, do you think, in 2026?
The number one issue running against him? Like what is a Republican going to say against him?
Yes, what should they say? Yes.
They should say he hasn't actually put pen to paper. He hasn't actually done what he said he was going to do in Harrisburg. He says he's a get stuff done guy.
Yes.
He hasn't gotten anything done. I mean, even his own agenda has really floundered. He's more interested in building a reputation for himself than actually supporting it.
I would agree. David, thank you. This said Public Citizen. What's the website for our listeners with Commonwealth Foundation?
It's commonwealthfoundation.org.
Thank you, David. Have a nice weekend.
Absolutely. Thanks.
They do great work. The Rubber Room here. We'll have more on that once they get more details on it. New York Post has done amazing stuff with this. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Camden County, Burlington County on the list of sanctuary counties or cities. Philadelphia, of course. And Sherelle Parker still hasn't said anything about it. She gets it, that she just, all right, we're sanctuary, but we're not going to say anything. I wonder what they'll say over in Bucks County. They don't have that determination now. And why don't they have it? Because of the efforts of Fred Herron and the DA. Those commissioners would be. They want to have a sanctuary county. They're the one remaining. Chester County is definitely a sanctuary county. We'll talk with Beth Ann Rossica a little bit later on. She wrote a big piece with this. These designations, are you a sanctuary city or not? What does it depend on? And again, rather than huffing and puffing, and I realize it's tough, the Trump people have to take some money away. They have to make bold starts on this on all fronts. It's the only thing that will move them. Otherwise, they will continue to flout the law, common sense, constituents. They are wedded to this stuff. I will take your calls, hit us on the side, and the Musk-Trump news conference, I want to cut in if we see some reporters' questions. That's when they're really going to get into it. And they're really going to go after Musk some more. One parting shot here, New York Times, the drug use, etc. And what's the legacy? What's the message? Well, the message is you may think you're going to take us down, but it's a lot harder than it looks. Doesn't mean it shouldn't be done ferociously all out, but that's what it tells you. That's what you're up against. They did cut a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse, but nowhere near $1 trillion. And you still have thousands and thousands of lawsuits going on. This is what they are. The better story I can tell you is the Brookhaven story. Your railing's loose. Okay, we'll fix it right now. Nope. You can't open over Memorial Day. What kind of creeps do that? Government creeps. Chicago used to be known for this. They want to come and give you an inspection from the government. They're always going to find something. Joey Vento got fined for excessive jewelry, cooking cheesesteaks with excessive jewelry. They actually wrote that. They'll find it. They're emboldened because they think you can't do anything to us. And Republicans, you allowed it to happen out in Delaware County. All right, 855-839-1210.
Al Butticus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event happening at the William Penn Inn in Gwinnett, PA, Tuesday, June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, And instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Chittarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Oh, Dan, I'm being crushed. Kevin Poles on Twitter. Oh, my God. What a great connoisseur of talk radio. How can you opine about AI? The genius level IQ is 140. The Chat GPT 3.0 is 157. Oh, so there's that. And I'm the same guy who thought Clark Kent was a bigger nerd than Einstein. These people won't let that go. It was a great answer, the Clark Kent. You know, taking off the glasses, he went from nerd to Superman. That was the whole fun of it. Oh, my God. Do your research before you opine. I don't care if you say AI is a billion. Just look at the embarrassment. The Kennedy people using AI, non-existent articles, the wrong page. They know these people are going to be hypercritical anyhow. What are you using AI for? Is it that hard to research? Oh, but it gets just so brilliant what it can do. Look at it. It doesn't have insight. It doesn't have what I have, Kevin. Insight, the nugget. The thing that's going to convince people, the thing that's important or significant in it. It can't do that. And it's not curing cancer. My God. It should have done it by now. Well, it's the humans. They're not sophisticated enough to turn it loose. It would have cured cancer by now. We'll see. We'll see if AI, how many people believe AI is going to cure? Oh, yeah, it's going to cure cancer. Just turn it loose. No, that would have been the winning answer to me today. An invention that turned loose, and we're only at the beginning of this. I told you, Philadelphia Business Journal, big piece. You know what? Don't go to your cake guy and have him start doing this and you're paying money. It's an AI thing that's done. You can't do that. It's not reality. Oh, well, they're smarter than humans. Something's wrong with the baker. Maybe AI should bake your wedding cake. It's just
wait until Skynet goes
yeah,
online.
That's where we're going, and that is a very doable thing. How we going with Adam Carolla? A lot of cursing still, huh?
Yeah, Dan's taking care of that right now.
Yeah, all right.
He's just over here
Well,
shaking his head going,
yeah,
I don't know where to
if
play
I can
this one.
summarize it, I've had Adam Carolla on sometimes. He's funny. He's usually insightful. He's a dope on this, though. He's against the tax on tip, taking away the tax on tips, apparently saying it's real money. It's free money. Why are you doing that? Adam, you're in a bubble. You make too much. We want to free up every American in every way that we can. Yeah, but I'm not getting anything out of that. Why are they getting away with it? All right, we fight these battles one at a time. We're taking away the tax on overtime. We're lowering the tax on Social Security. Every day you wake up and you find an angle to chisel away. That's why. And if you don't get that and think that somebody's getting away with something, then you're on the wrong side of it. Every time that we can take away a tax here, I count as a win, even if I'm not getting it in any way, shape, or form. I'm happy for people that work that hard, that they can now get outside the federal government with this. Oh, what about the people in the back room? I mean, gee, I don't know what restaurants are going to do on that. You know, we may talk about it someday. But for now, can we all unite? Okay. Dan says not playable. I trust him on this. Oh, God. All right. It's not going to be a play. Boiling it down, he says firemen and police don't get tips, but those who do, blank, give rug and tugs do. How's that fair? Oh, goodness. All right. So, you know, when you don't have a point, resort to just saying ludicrous things. Just
yeah, what kind of restaurants is he going to?
Yeah, I mean, it's the it's a tell. He's in a bubble. How much is he making? A few million a year over the course of time, something like that. Why in the world would you be and resorting to talking about cops and police? Really? Tell me if you have that resentment toward Trump getting this through so far. This is how they win. They divide and conquer.
I can boil down his argument.
Yeah.
And he's he's a comedian, so he's trying to make it with a, kind of a spin behind it and make him seem brash.
Right.
But essentially what he's saying is that why is it fair that if you're not taxing income of people who are serving drinks or working at massage parlors or he makes allusions towards sex workers. If you're not going to tax their income, which is tax or tip based, police and firemen, their income isn't coming from tips. So why should they be taxed, but not the people making tippable or tip industries? And he goes on and says, it's the ill of society are all those that get tipped, and he makes some radical points. But boiling it down, what he's saying is police and firemen, they don't make their salary based on tips, and they get taxed. So those that make their salary based on tips should be taxed as well.
All right. Scott Perry's coming up, and maybe off air we can play that for him. No, I'll ask him about it. Imagine resorting to sex workers and all, and then bringing cops and firefighters. By the way, cops are starting to get paid pretty well. Not enough in Philadelphia yet. I mean, I've seen some salaries. Is it Falls Township or Falls? I heard it on a sports station. If you were already a cop, X, Y, and Z, they're paying $90,000 plus, well over $100,000. Wow. Now, it's a rough job. That's what we ought to be doing. I'm in agreement with that. But do you see why we lose? I mean, this guy's got prominent podcasts and all that. No, you're not going to resort to firemen and police here. And it's not just about what's wrong with people that massage for a living, Adam Carolla. I think they do a helpful and an unbelievable service. And if you want to tip them, I don't know about sex workers, how much you tip or what you tip. Is it 20% and 20% of what? Oh, God. Look, I know he's a comedian, but this is just too sensitive to me. It's why you lose. We got to be united in this. Every group that we liberate every day, that's what we ought to be trying to do. Are we in unison on that? It's the same thing with mail-in balloting. We know you're going to lose, yet we still have people out there trying to undercut it. They're attacking Scott Presler. God. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with Congressman Scott Perry. I'll ask him about this. How's that fair? Seems to be the point with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. So this hour, we're seeing the, around 1:30, I think, the news conference honoring Elon Musk. When the reporters start, we'll bring you some of that. And Adam Carolla, he's typical of a certain person, no matter what you do as we liberate people. we find an angle of attack. There's humor there. We get people, yeah, that's right. You're not taking the taxes off me. We'll join the movement. We'll overwhelm them. We want to take it off everybody in America. Be it flat tax, be it just stop it. But why begrudge those that are making tips? If you're a waitress, are you like a sex worker? You're not a cop. Let's go to Representative Scott Perry, who is leading part of the Freedom Caucus, and they helped to craft a lot that I agree with in this big, beautiful bill. Congressman, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, it's great to be with you, and I must say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's big for sure. I think it could get more beautiful. Let's put it that way. Let's just try and put a positive spin on it. I think it could be more beautiful.
I hear you, and I want to commend the Freedom Caucus for making it only have some blemishes. I wanted to give you something, though, see what you think, that we've been kicking around here. Adam Carolla, noted big-time comedian, attacking that we want to take the tax off tips and saying, well, we don't do that with cops and police. Have you seen this syndrome where we're trying to liberate as many people as we can from the excesses of government, and yet people on our side complain about that?
Yeah, it's real. And look, I get it, because they're saying, look, I don't make tips. Why do I have to continue to pay? And I understand that argument, but I would also say this. We're probably not going to be able to wholesale just revamp the tax code and relieve everybody of the onerous burden of taxes in one fell swoop. Oftentimes, just like we got here, one bite at a time, the liberals and the left are really good at this. They incrementally just get what they want one bite at a time. Republicans are kind of like all or nothing. It has to be perfect or we can't do any of it. And you know, people will say sometimes I'm even guilty of that. I don't love the fact that it doesn't include more people, but anytime I can relieve people of forking over to inefficient, ineffective, wasteful government, their hard-earned dollars, whether it's because you make tips or because you work at a certain place or whatever, like, I'm up for that. I'm up for letting people keep their money. That's what I'm up for.
Right. And we send you back time and time again, despite the ferocious opposition, because we trust your judgment to make that decision. How much can you get in this while keeping principle? And I respect that, because that's the world we live in. And Elon Musk, Congressman's going to be honored today, and he's going to be coming on in a little bit.
That's great.
Yeah, the lesson of this during the news conference, I think, is as much firepower as he and Trump brought to this, you got to say the swamp held their own, because they have just unrelenting power here, and they'll wait you out. It's almost like fighting in Afghanistan or something. It's a 100-year war here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look, the swamp didn't go away just because Trump got elected. As a matter of fact, they dug in and they burrowed, they hunkered down in their foxholes, and now they're just trying, they stick their head up occasionally, take a shot. But most of them are just trying to endure and survive, the next 3.5 years. But in the meantime, they're going to fight for every inch of turf. And the swamp, of course, includes the uniparty in Washington, D.C. that lives off the largesse. And they're right here fighting for every inch of ground and making sure they cede as little as possible. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, I wish it were all Democrats, but this is a Republican exercise, right? This reconciliation. So if it doesn't happen, it's because Republicans aren't doing it. And you take a thing like the inflation, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which had nothing to do with inflation, all this green energy subsidies, which is expensive. You're paying electricity bills. They're expensive. That's why they're expensive. That is why, not because some company is gouging you. It's because of federal policy. But they send badly needed capital to the most ineffective, inefficient forms of energy. And every Republican voted against it when the Democrats offered it, and they passed it. They moved it through anyhow. And now, who's supporting it? Republicans are supporting it. I talked to the president about it. You can imagine. I talked to the president about it. And he said, I know where you are, Scott. I just can't get these people to vote for it. And I don't like to often characterize my conversations with the president, but I just thought it's important for people to know that he's where we are. But there's a portion of the Republican Party that, look, they lean left, and now they're supporting things that they campaigned against, that the president campaigned against. Now they're in support of those things, and that's what this struggle right now is about.
Yeah, and it's going to be more intense in the Senate. We were talking about, as the negotiations were going on, that we know that Social Security and Medicare are the third rail. That's still very difficult.
Yep.
Has Medicaid become that now? Because your record would indicate you would see a chance here to really reform this. Instead, I don't think there's as much reform as we would like when it comes to Medicaid.
No, not nearly enough. I talked to some of my state colleagues who don't even realize, we call it money laundering. The states are money laundering money from the federal government. But here's the situation. We have to do it. It's bankrupting the federal government. But even more so than that, what's happening is immoral, because the program was meant for poor people and people that are disadvantaged and infirm. And now the biggest population on Medicaid is individuals that can work, able-bodied individuals without dependents, but they choose not to work. That's the biggest population on Medicaid. And so now what we have are people that actually should qualify for the program as originally designed, poor people, people that are infirm. They're waiting in line for because we filled up the roles with these people that are capable and don't have any encumbrances because the federal government now, under the Biden expanded Medicaid population under Obamacare, pays 7.5 times more than the traditional poor population. So if your state, where in the past for every dollar you put in, you got $1.33 from the federal government, now for a state, when they put $1 in, they get $9.
Wow.
Well, who do you think they want to sign up?
Yeah, exactly
it has
right.
to stop. It's immoral. It's unjust, and it's unaffordable, and it has to stop.
Boy, it must have been pretty heated in some of these discussions. Just one more area on the bill that I launched a national podcast on it this week on school choice. And if I'm right, do you support that this could mean about $5 billion, as I understand it, ultimately, and we could free up a lot of families to actually make a choice?
Yeah, we have to be able to do that. I don't think that it's perfect policy, but let's face it, it's hard to get something perfect. And in the meantime, the biggest investment we have, the most important investment we have, our children. In many cases, I am a representative of 2 completely failed school districts in Pennsylvania. Those families have no affordable choice to educate their children. And, of course, those children then get left behind in our world because they just are not prepared to be in the world, and oftentimes turn to crime and things like that. And so I see this as a positive step forward, a necessary step forward, especially in Pennsylvania where, look, we have a robust teachers union. And, of course, I support teachers. Our kids go to public school. But the children's union is a combination of the parents and people like me. And so while the teachers union is well funded, what we have to do is do the right thing despite what the teachers union does, because we have to be advocates for these children and their future.
We're talking with Congressman Scott Perry. Congressman, the Nippon Steel deal, I'm not versed down to the very, very innards on this. It's gone back and forth. And I guess at the end of the day, it seems okay. What's the problem with it, if any? Some of the unions are objecting to it.
Well, look, the unions object because they think that somehow they can force U.S. Steel to continue to pay the high wages and keep the plant viable and not be profitable. Unfortunately, we have to live in a global economy where our adversaries like China and some of the other BRICS nations are happy to dump steel and those kind of products into our country. If U.S. Steel is going to remain alive, and if the United States of America is going to continue to produce steel, not only for just domestic use, but most importantly for national security, it's the best deal we could make and I really think it is. I mean, before Nippon was just going to buy it, it was going to be a Japanese-owned company. While Japan is our ally, let's face it, in times of trouble, you never know who's actually going to stick with you. So it's better just to be able to rely on yourself. I think it's great that the United States is going to continue to produce steel. It's great that we're going to have U.S. steel in the United States. And quite honestly, it's great that those workers are going to continue to work in Pennsylvania. The other thing is that, we had the prospect of those mills in Pennsylvania closing down and moving elsewhere in the country. And look, I get it. I understand it. Pennsylvania, we have a great state with great resources, including the people here, but we have terrible labor policy, regulatory policy, and tax policy, and companies can go elsewhere. And so it's a challenge for us, as long as the left is in charge in Pennsylvania, to change those things, encourage people to stay here. I love the state that I get to represent. I want my kids to live here. I want to stay here. And, and having a job is important if you're going to stay somewhere to sustain yourself.
Talking with Congressman Scott Perry. Congressman, final question. A lot this week. I really like Kash Patel. Dan Bongino, I know a bit. I've interviewed. He's talk radio fraternity. Like him a lot, too. They talked about the FBI going to release some January 6th stuff, and they also took a definitive stance on Epstein. Either you or your constituents, are you satisfied so far? There's some grumbling. Not enough has been released. We haven't gone quickly enough.
I am not satisfied at all, and I'll be one of the grumblers. It's taken way too long, and I am still not satisfied at all with the Epstein case, and I'm not an expert. So I'm going to give them some deference here, but I will tell you, I'm going to be critical and certainly suspicious of their claim. I mean, I listen to people like Dr. Bodden, and I think he has a different viewpoint on this. But I would put it this way. I think that we should be able to see what they saw that changed their mind about the outcome regarding Epstein. And it's been 6 months. Let's get the January 6th stuff out. What are we waiting for? Let's go.
I would agree with you. But what's your sense of? I mean, Bongino, I guess it was, said it's grainy, the film. We are going to keep that, but we're going to put out the enhanced. They have resources that are unbelievable. We ought to see this stuff.
Yeah, this is our government. This is our country. They work for us. I like both those guys a whole lot. Let me just say, I'm a fan of both those guys. But let's not forget what our duty is here and who we serve. We serve the American people. It's not the government's information. They get to safeguard it. They get to make sure that it's kept and preserved for historic purposes and used as necessary for prosecutions or whatever. But it is our information. The American people deserve to have it unless there's some legitimate national security concern. And embarrassment to the government or embarrassment to elected or other people in power is not a national security concern that is valid in my mind to keep us from having all the information and making our own judgments.
But you share, so this is what's intriguing to me. I don't know Patel, I know Bongino, and I have the highest regard for them.
So do I.
Yeah, making decisions like this of teasing, then not doing it, that's going to continue to create difficulty.
It is going to create difficulty. I don't understand it. So if it's something so very serious and something so very sensitive, look, we're going to give you at least the opportunity to explain. I want to say we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt, but these days, look, I think that's even questionable. Show me, tell me, let me see. And when I say me, I'm talking about the 760,000 constituents, my bosses that I represent, and all the other ones across Pennsylvania and the country that pay the taxes for all this stuff. Show us why. And we're not dummies. If it is that sensitive, we'll get it. But if it's not, then don't be acting like somehow you're smarter than all the rest of us just because you have that job, because we don't think you are. We appreciate you, but we have to know. And right now there's a trust gap with the government, and the only way to solve that trust gap is to show us everything that you're seeing, and then let the chips fall where they may.
Exactly right. Where do we go for Scott Perry? Not too early to be volunteering, fundraising. I guess it's going to be 64,000 more people in the Harrisburg area running against you this time.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I just try and do the right things for the right reasons at the right time. And the good Lord, I pray to the good Lord and do what I can. But, just go to Rep. Scott Perry at all the social media sites, and you'll find me there.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend, Congressman, as always. Thank you very much.
You too. God bless you.
All right, Congressman Scott Perry here. All right, you hear where he is. And I think that's a common theme. Give some grace to Patel and Bongino, but got to see something soon on one of these fronts. 855-83. Oh, Gary in Newtown's got a good one. That scored high in the worst inventions ever. Coming to you on the tips thing, though, and you heard Perry, Adam Carolla. I mean, what is it that you don't get, that we're not going to win overwhelmingly, that we're going to tamp down the federal government? It's all out attack every day, and they are entrenched, and they're going to continue to fight for every inch of it. So when you have an opportunity, when the moment is right, people are encouraged by this. No tax on overtime, no tax on tips. You take it. You liberate people. You don't start calling them sex workers and say, what about cops? Give me a break. We fight for them every day, too. You got to stop the what about. Liberate when you can. Take it block by block. It's all out war every day. And that's how you win. And that's how they win. Incrementalism. It's the secret to life. Inch by inch. I'm taking that inch. They're saying, no, you're not. Well, I'm taking a football field. Well, definitely. I'm not even going to give you an inch. So how are you taking that? All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Hit us on the side question, too, on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
That 4th of July parade celebrating, of course, our nation's freedom. In White Marsh Township, it's back on.
Oh! Wow.
Yeah.
See what the power of 1210 can do. Maybe now, more than the curve, the website can write an apology about the hit piece they wrote about me.
Yes. This guy's on there bloviating, saying it has to do with anti-Semitism.
Power of this radio station.
Woohoo!
And you people who listen, voiced your displeasure about this. Thank you.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else. The perfect Father's Day gift.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Psst, I think it's going to happen. I think he wants to propose.
Finally! Does he know what kind of ring you want?
Well, that's where you come in. You have to tell him to go to Cozy Jewelers. I saw so many rings that I love there, but they also make custom pieces. So, if you could give him the little hint, nudge, nudge.
Of course. I'll just happen to be looking at their Insta when I sit next to him later. Watching Paul's expertise and ooh and ahhing.
You're the best.
Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. CozyJewelers.com and at Cozy Jewelers on Instagram.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating. will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Let's go to the callers. 855-839-1210. Let me go to Mike in Pittman, and Mike's on Talk Radio 1210. Thanks for the wait, Mike. Go right ahead.
All right, Dom.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Hey, Dom, tip workers don't get vacation and stuff. That's why they should be taken care of that way. And,
well, yeah, that's something, but it's not about taking care of. It's about every chance we have a chance to liberate a group of people. This is a war from this taxation and government. I say liberate them.
Absolutely. But that's the difference between cops. They get, they get vacations, they get stuff like that.
Right.
Without that, people don't get paid. And I got a little story about what Corolla's talking about. I worked in a spot that gave us a bonus, $1,000, because they didn't use all grant money. When we got the check, people complained about paying taxes. So, you always got them.
I got you. Thank you very much. I mean, it's just the most out-of-touch approach to this. It's hard when you're not the one getting the benefit in all this directly. But the battle, Scott Perry gets it. The battle is when the opportunity is there, is take it. That's the only thing to do. They want to tax. They want to continue to do it. There's never enough. You have to fight just to hold the ground that we're on. You heard what he said. There's some Republicans in there. I bet they think the same way. Oh, what about the cops? Just throw that. Stop with the cops. We're trying to raise their salaries at the same time, agitating toward that. Some of them are pretty good now. Why can't they get enough people? Because of the hatred. That's what it's about. So no, don't call into question if we want to liberate one group of people that we don't want to bump up what cops and firefighters and military and all that make. It's lame. It just is. There's no fun in this. There's no argument you can make. No tax on tips. Same thing with the overtime thing. And, you got to admire Scott Perry in this. He's not Johnson. I get it. He's got to corral all these different Republicans, and they did it. Now it's even harder as we go into the Senate. Is the Senate going to cut more? If they are, good. I don't know about that. And I'm just wary of some of the things they'll get into, particularly the Hawley guy who is as fraudulent as anybody I've ever seen, the Republican from Missouri, suddenly on the Medicaid thing. The Earl of Tacony's next. He's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Yeah, you were talking about AI earlier, and I remember one of the first things we learned when we learned computer programming in high school is the term GIGO, G-I-G-O.
Mm-hmm.
Garbage in, garbage out.
Right.
And the fact that they have AI being programmed, it depends on what is being programmed with as to whether it actually works or not. I mean, imagine having AI that was programmed only with Keith Olbermann and Rachel Maddow and the type of responses you'd be getting.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's doing its own research, I mean, you looked on the internet and tried to do research and you found stuff that was completely ridiculous. You can figure that out. AI being non-sentient can't figure out what's true, what's not, what's real, what's not. And it compiles it all together, and you get some of the dumbest things ever. I saw something on Twitter. I don't know whether it was early AI or whether it was meant to be a joke, but it's the sort of thing where it kind of proves the point. Somebody asked the question, what does Hank Hill from King of the Hill do for a living? And AI responded, well, it's not entirely clear. It doesn't make clear what he actually does on the show. Now, even if you've never seen the show, everybody knows the joke that every time you ask him a question, it's like, hey, Hank, what time is it? Well, I sell propane and propane accessories. It's 1:22 in the afternoon. I mean, everybody knows what Hank Hill does for a living, but AI couldn't figure it out because it didn't get the joke.
Absolutely. It's going to cure cancer, though. That's what they're telling us.
I mean, I can understand it being an organizational tool. I would love to have AI go through my music library and organize everything. It can handle big jobs like that. But to actually come up with an opinion or to actually take two opposing views and figure out which one is real and which one is not, it's not there yet.
Right. Well, and even the world of sports. I mean, you have people that they want AI umpires and they want to have a ceremonial umpire standing there as if he's actually calling balls and strikes. I like it the way it is because there's a skill in working. Well, I know basketball better. There's a skill in working the ref who's human. I don't know how you work AI. If we had computers umpiring or refereeing pro football games, I would tell you the game would be completely unwatchable. They call holding every play.
Yeah, there's a difference between action and intent. If somebody does something that, doesn't seem quite right, but you understand his intent. He didn't mean to foul him. He just couldn't stop. Or did he actually hit him on purpose? And AI can't figure that out because all he knows is he hit the guy. It's like, well, no, it's because,
exactly.
The ref is saying that he slipped and, he couldn't help it.
All right, Earl, what's your invention that made things worse?
It's basically on the same concept, and that would be auto-tune and sampling technology. Music just isn't the same anymore. There's no originality or creativity. I mean, you go and you listen to the radio and, oh, this is my favorite song. Oh, no, someone is sampling the music for my favorite song and they redid it as something else. Or, there are no musicians anymore. They take, great musical riffs from other famous musicians. That's one of the things about, rock and roll. You talk about, oh, this guy's the greatest drummer. This guy's the greatest guitar player. You really don't have that anymore because there are no musicians. I mean, you go and you listen to something on the radio today. It's like, I really like this song. La, 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 la. Let's go and spend $200 on tickets to go listen to him in concert. And you go listen to him in concert, like, blah, blah, blah. It's like, wow, they really can't perform unless they actually filter them through the filtering software.
Thank you, Earl. Dan talks about that quite a bit. Yeah. All right, Dan, do you happen to have one, or are you?
Do we say social media?
Yes, I took social media off.
That's my big one for today, social media.
All righty. Coming up, we're going to talk with Beth Ann Rossica about sanctuary cities. Wrote a big piece at Broad and Liberty. Are these really sanctuary counties and cities? And also, we'll dip into the Trump, Elon Musk farewell conference, in quotes. Particularly, I want to go to it when the reporters start on this whole thing, and I bet they start asking drug questions. First, though, big news because Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock, and that means they're rolling back prices. That's right. The supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of the already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com, res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS, 33% off any single bottle. That's WELLNESS, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country, we are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey guys, hopefully by now you've heard our commercials, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mary Giovanni, broker-owner of Wayne Realty Corporation. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. We take care of our customers. Visit us at waynerealtypa.com. Call us at 610-687-5280, or even better, stop by for a cup of coffee. Located in St. David's train station, we love visitors.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe the heart of your home deserves American-made quality you can trust. That's why we manufacture all of our products right here in Nazareth, PA, so you won't face shipping delays or tariff surprises. As a local family-owned company, we are proud to offer reliable service and custom kitchen remodeling you can count on. And this May only, enjoy up to 30% off your dream kitchen. Visit kitchenmagic.com and schedule your free design consultation today.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Clouds will give way to some sunshine through the afternoon with a high temperature right near average at 78. A flash flood watch goes into effect this evening. Watch out for rain heavy at times with a possible thunderstorm overnight with a low 62. And for Saturday, an early morning shower, then becoming partly sunny. Then during the afternoon, another chance for a scattered shower storm, high 72.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. We'll dip in when appropriate. Our guys are listening to the Musk-Trump news conference. Particularly, I want to get in there when reporters ask some questions. Elizabeth Warren, Jasmine Crockett saying, good riddance, but we're going to bring you back because you obviously committed crimes here. Unbelievable. Just an unbelievable how difficult it is to deal with this. Now, the Trump administration yesterday, too, formally named Philadelphia and other local jurisdictions as impeding federal immigration enforcement, some more than others. Beth Ann Rossica wrote a piece at Broad and Liberty a while back about essentially what should we designate a sanctuary city. I would say what the Inquirer has, these places like Montgomery County, they're a sanctuary county. There's no doubt. Let's go to Beth Ann on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Beth Ann, welcome back.
Thanks, Dom. Great to be on the show.
Well, I'm glad when I look back on this a little bit, I saw your take on it. So how would you label? What's the best handle to know? Obviously, if they say they are, that's one thing. What else do we look at?
Well, it is interesting because I went back and looked at my article that I wrote almost a year ago. It was last July, and I had done some right-to-know requests to the 4 collar counties to find out what their policies were regarding cooperating with ICE, the group responsible for, obviously dealing with all of these people. And it was interesting because Chester County has a very clear policy that says that they will not hold prisoners past their release date, even if ICE issues a detainer for them.
Right.
So basically what that means is that, somebody gets arrested, they're processed, they're in the county jail, and their information gets uploaded into this computer system, and it sends an alert to ICE if this person, is here illegally. And so then ICE can say, well, once that person has been released for whatever you're holding them for, you need to hold them up to 48 hours to give us time to come and pick them up. Well, Chester County, Montgomery County, Delaware County, Bucks County, they do not cooperate with that. So basically, once the prisoner's ready to be released, they may notify ICE, but they don't give them any time to come and pick them up. So basically, they're being released, and ICE doesn't have time to get them. So interestingly, Chester County has a very specific policy that says that they won't hold them, for any period past their release time. Bucks and Delaware County have no written policies, and Montgomery County has not quite as thorough a policy as Chester, but also says, that they're not going to hold them past their release time. Also, interestingly, because when I did the right to knows, I asked if they had a like a statement or something that they signed declaring the county a sanctuary county, and none of them do because they haven't, made that sort of public declaration. And they all stated definitively that they are not a sanctuary county.
Yes. Did you notice, though, at least according to this report, that Bucks County is not on the list? I think that could be due. They know about Fred Herron and what he's trying to do, so that kind of chips away at the idea that they're a sanctuary county.
Yeah, it is interesting. I am surprised to not see Bucks County on the list that the government put out yesterday. They were on the list from the Center of Immigration Studies. So that's the list that I had looked at when I did my right to know request, and they had Bucks listed as a sanctuary county. I didn't look to see if they're still on there today, but there are some additional.
Yeah.
No, they're not on Center of Immigration. Okay, so it looks like that's what the federal government is using, is the listing that Center of Immigration Studies is using.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing to do because I think they're looking at this as you did in toto. Are you surprised that so far Sherelle Parker is dodging this? They send out this woman who says we're going to charge up the hill and litigate, but they're not putting that stamp on. They're still a sanctuary city, without a doubt, but they're not publicly saying that. Montgomery County is not publicly saying that, telling me they think there's a real threat here of federal funding being removed.
Well, I think that they should take that threat of federal funding being removed very, very seriously. I am anticipating that, like every other order that the president has tried to put through, someone is going to litigate this, and, we'll end up at the Supreme Court to make a decision about how this is all going to go down. But I think that these counties and these cities should be afraid, and they should be making changes. I mean, to me, Dom, this is such a no-brainer. I mean, these are people who have committed crimes, and they are in county jail. So even if they're getting released, they've clearly done something wrong to warrant being sent to jail, and they're here illegally. So, I mean, I don't see what the big deal is to comply with getting them over to ICE, give them 48 hours to pick the person up, and then ICE will make the determination about what the next steps are. It just seems like such common sense, but it's very much a progressive attitude that, nope, we're not going to comply, we're not going to cooperate with ICE, even though most of them told me in my right to know request that they fully cooperate with ICE, which is clearly not the case.
Well, I know what it is because you have a lot of Boy Scoutery around you. It's the progressive merit badge. They're Eagle Scouts of progressivism. It gives them a chip. You know, they should wear little jewelry with this. And Beth Ann, Dan reminded me, too, that we should touch base with you on this because you've been all over what goes on at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Yesterday, Penn Health, even though they weren't doing a whole lot, said, nope, we're not doing so-called gender-affirming care or surgeries, at least, prior to the age of 19, and yet CHOP merrily goes along.
Yes. Well, and it's interesting, though, because it was Hospital of University of Pennsylvania that made the announcement that they were going to stop the gender transition surgeries. Now, believe it or not, HUP gets more Medicaid reimbursement for these types of services than just about any other hospital in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, what's interesting is that they're stopping the surgeries, but they are not stopping the prescription of hormones and puberty blockers. So it is good news that HUP is stopping the surgeries, but they're going to continue to prescribe the medications. And yes, CHOP continues to stay silent on this issue. I have reached out to them. I had an article, it was out on Tuesday, literally just this Tuesday, about what HUP and CHOP were doing. And CHOP continues to refuse to respond to my request for comments. I've probably reached out to them 20 different times for comment on these services, and they refuse to answer me.
Beth Ann Rossica with us. Beth Ann, do you have a theory on that? Is it that this is institutionally that they really believe in this? Or what I've been told, they go along, there's a claque there of people that are gung-ho over this. Maybe that gives me comfort because this is one of the most disappointing things forever for Roe and me, what they're engaged in here, given that Luke was in the hospital at a young age. I saw the care up close. It's unbelievable. But this is unforgivable. It's unscientific. It's everything.
No, I agree with you. And listen, right, CHOP does some amazing things curing cancer. They do great work for a lot of children. But this gender and sexuality clinic is absolutely horrific, what they are doing to destroy healthy, physically healthy young people's bodies. So it's interesting that the article that I wrote on Tuesday, I talk about, CHOP or politics, like what is, and it was exactly that question. Are they doing this because they literally believe that they're doing the right thing? And I do think that the two people that are running that clinic, they think that they're doing the right thing. But I delved into this further. If you can look at the article, it goes into some level of depth. But the Health and Human Services report that just came out that looked at gender-affirming care, they talked a lot about these WPATH guidelines that are what all these gender clinics use to make decisions about, prescribing hormones and doing all these services. Well, if people didn't know, Rachel Levine, who, was our health secretary and then was the assistant health secretary for the entire country, she pushed WPATH to eliminate age requirements for all of these types of surgeries. She won. She got what she wanted. And, what I really think has happened, Dom, is that this has become so political. And during the Biden administration, the virtue signaling and the political correctness that here is this transgender woman in charge of the health department. She knows best what is great for these kids or what is good for these kids. And how could we ever question her expertise in this area? And I really think that that's a lot of what's going on here, is that the progressives just bow down and take her word as the gospel, and they're going to follow whatever she tells them to do.
Unbelievable. We can find this at Broad and Liberty. Where do we follow you, Beth Ann? Where's the best place to go?
At Broad and Liberty. I'm on LinkedIn too, but I don't do much social media. So the best place to find me is at broadandliberty.com or Broad and Liberty on X. has all my pieces there.
Thank you, Beth Ann, as always. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you, Dom. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, there's a lot. Children's Hospital, Philadelphia. What a disappointment. All right. Typical Washington, the historic news conference hasn't happened yet. So we'll go to it coming up, and your calls at 855-839-1210.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Are you looking for a unique venue for a private party with real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man for up to 50 people? TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County, PA has hosted over 25,000 parties for over 46 years in our unique maze-like showrooms. You can wander through all the rooms filled with games. Google TNTAmusements.com now.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a full house of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends May 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom. We're waiting as usual on press conference. It's a good one, though. It's the exit conference for now of Elon Musk with President Trump. And we'll dip in, I think, when reporters start to ask questions. That's when it'll really be newsworthy. What we're talking about, we saw this yesterday, it's the anniversary of the e-bike. God, just thinking about where Dan and I park every day. It's like marauders coming around the curve here, hit the market. So some invention, something like that made the world worse. That's what we're looking for. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, afternoon to you, too. Thank you so much for taking my call. You know, Dom, the other day with the Fairmont Park shootings, you're talking about
yes.
the death penalty. Dom, I'm like you. I'm all for it. However, I'm all for it for different reasons. For example, suppose a shooter gets caught and he knows the identity of one of the other shooters. However, he's not speaking. But if the death penalty is on the table, there's a good chance he's singing like a canary.
That often happens, right? It's a bargaining chip. If you want to get assured that they're going to get life imprisonment, you can use that as an inducement, and they usually won't go to trial, and that's what they'll take. It's a way around it, yes.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tom, for verifying your opinion. Tom, my answer on the side question is supersonic travel for air travel for civilians. For example, like the Concorde, it was an amazing accomplishment. The technology, it was a stunning success. However, the bottom line, the upkeep of the planes, manufacturing the planes, it made the price of the ticket so high. And then there was the crash at the Paris Air Show. Well, I'm sorry. Then there was a crash in 2000 of the Concorde,
right? Which
was a disaster. And even the Russians tried it, but they had one flight and it crashed at the Paris Air Show. So they just disbanded the whole project. And though it was an amazing accomplishment in technology, the bottom line, it determined its failure. They would just stop. They couldn't make it. Thank you, Dom.
Have a nice weekend, Drew. That's a pretty good one. Yeah. I'm not flying the Russians. Oh, we got the latest technology. Sit back. The vodka's on us. No, I don't think that's the way to go. Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom. Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here.
I was listening to your take on AI, and I thought that you all made some really good points on it. And what I think your complaint is that AI has intelligence, but it doesn't have wisdom, okay? And there's a big difference between the two in that, intelligence is innate and it can be taught to. Wisdom, while it cannot be taught, must be learned. And I'll give you an example of this. Excuse me. The tomato, botanically speaking, intelligence tells you is a fruit, okay? But wisdom will tell you that you don't add it to a fruit salad. And I think that's one of the things that's missing with AI is that you need some kind of human background or experience or perspective in order to manage a lot of the information that comes across. And I think that basically is it in a nutshell. And I think you all nailed it, man. Gigo is exactly the way it goes. If you go to some of the things at AI, like if you looked up Vikings or George Washington, you would get something very different from reality. And that's because the people programming it are doing it fallaciously. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And so
without doubt.
you always have to be aware of it. As far as the side question, I'm going to go with something general. And as Henry pointed out, I was kind of feeling it. Obamacare, okay? Now, we had kids and we had great health care coverage through our jobs. I think it's a shame that we lost HMOs because it was the people's way of seeing to their own health care coverage, which is why the government didn't like it. But when you had passed Obamacare, everything got more expensive. The mandated coverage became excessive. My brother, at 55-year-old, was mandated to have OBGYN coverage on his health care. For what? I mean, I don't think that the healthcare industry has yet recovered from it because they had to restructure everything to accommodate this socialist panacea, and now they're stuck between having to go back and risk losing their profits. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And it was completely unnecessary. And today, Obamacare is a little program that helps the 11 to 12 million people that can't get health care coverage, which is what it should have been from the get-go. And I'll stop there. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, man.
Thank you. You too, Robert. Thanks very much. All right, 855-839-1210. Big 2 o'clock hour, Dom's Money Melody. Robin Schaefer, protect our shores, protect our coast. They're suing on what happened in New York. You even have people on Twitter, is Trump really a closet windmill guy? Now, I don't think so. Just viscerally, I think Trump hates windmills. Why this deal with New York, and will the dominoes fall in New Jersey? And we'll also talk San Francisco grading for equity, where if you get 41%, that's a C. An A is only 80. 80 is an A. I would like to get 10,000 nuns and march on San Francisco with the clicker and the roar, and I think we could straighten it out. We'll give you all those details coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
For governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy's Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. I've got the perfect Father's Day gift for you. Tickets to see the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. We'll dip into the Trump, Elon Musk departing news conference once there's something really newsworthy. Henry, can you explain, though? So President Trump, because I was coming back from the bathroom, was replaying on a computer to begin this. What?
Yeah, so he had his laptop out, and he flipped it around for everyone in the media to see. It's actually one of the cuts we have on the cut sheet today of CNBC basically saying that, like, for all the flack Trump's economy is getting, it's actually doing very well.
Oh, Centelli, yeah. Well, the barometer they were using is real income, meaning what people are making versus inflation. That's the best metric.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
very funny way to start out.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
this will be wild, particularly when the reporter questions start. Before then, we'll see. I don't see anything here. They're rehashing what he did. They're going to say, well, he didn't get $2 trillion. You know, we've already said how difficult this is and the roadblocks that were there. It's remarkable they were able to gut out this amount. Now, something else is happening, though. Our listeners, it may have been 3 years ago, I think, Robin Schaefer would come on, protect our coast, New Jersey, Ocean City, then over in Wildwood at Mulligan's. It became one of the staples of the summer. We saw these whales dying, dolphins, etc. People emotionally became attached to that. And then we both recognized the threat of Phil Murphy, his wife, and all that money and the Danes and everything else, and we beat him up until now. Well, Protect Our Coast is going to file a big lawsuit on Monday against what's going on in New York, where the Trump administration, and Jeff Van Drew was on and said, well, what are you going to do? Has decided to allow it to continue, the windmills there. Is there a domino effect? Then they start to get itchy. We can do this in New Jersey. We can still come back and win. Just think of the elements of billions of dollars, and we've beaten them. Sometime rather than just rushing to the next thing, you have to celebrate events like that where they were stopped and they had to pull out. But the battle's not over. But you still celebrate that the power of the people is there to take on people like Murphy and these other interests in Jersey, which are huge, and stop this from forever decimating the Jersey Shore. All right, let's go to Robin Schaefer and find out what the next move is on this on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robin, welcome in. So what's going to happen on Monday?
Great to have you, or great to be back, Dom. So we are working towards a really aggressive response to the decision to allow Empire Wind to restart their operations, essentially. It was reported widely that it was a quid pro quo between Governor Kathy Hochul and the Trump administration to get a natural gas pipeline from western Pennsylvania up to New England, and in exchange for 54 wind turbines that are each 1,000 feet tall in the New York, New Jersey, kind of where the two states come together and feed into New York Harbor. The deal that was made, now Hochul is saying today, that didn't happen. There was no quid pro quo. She's totally against the gas pipeline. We're going to get in there and say, look, to the federal government, to everybody, this was a bad deal all the way around. And there's no way Empire Wind can be built, because, especially not under Trump's watch, because Trump's against these things. So we're going to get in and do everything we can to keep this domino from falling, because you know what? If Empire Wind is built, then all these other lease areas that are still being held by the Europeans that are just off the Jersey Shore can get built.
Yeah, that's the fear. It will recharge them, because they haven't gotten it yet. Maybe the governor's race will certify this. that this is a big loser for them. It's an issue to run on, the electric bills and everything else. There's so much money, so much face to be saved. Phil Murphy, until the end, is still going to try to connive to get that in there. So what does the lawsuit, in general terms, try to do?
Well, I don't want to get ahead of my skis here, but what we're going to be doing is telling, basically holding the administration accountable for doing what they said they were going to do. When Doug Burgum, the Department of Interior Secretary, said that there were serious problems with the Empire Wind project, that these permits that they were given were rushed. We're saying nothing has changed in the 4 weeks between Mr. Burgum saying we're going to stop it and take a good an in-depth look at it, and when he decided to release basically the stop work order. And what's crazy is there are these ships. We call one of them the Death Star because it's so big. There are all these ships that are getting into position. They're steaming into New York Harbor as we speak to get ready to start pile driving within eyesight of the Statue of Liberty.
Wow.
This is ridiculous. And the ship that's the largest, it's the second largest crane ship in the world. It was the largest until like 4 or 5 years ago. It's a Dutch operated ship. It's crewed by foreigners. It's Panamanian flagged, and they're doing the work for a Norwegian company. What is America First about this? We just want to get in there and say to the Trump administration, just do what you told us you were going to do. We're going to help you in any way we can. We want to make sure that Trump's vision of having no more windmills going out in the ocean is realized.
Absolutely. So, Robin, where do we go to follow this? And as we head to the summer, the battle's still joined. Where do we go? What's the website?
People can go to pocnj.org or protectourcoastnj.org. And anything they can do to support our efforts is very much appreciated. And we certainly appreciate everything you and Dan and all the folks at WPHT do for us as well.
Thank you, Robin. To be continued. We'll see you on Monday. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
All right. Thanks. You too.
All right. So President Trump is kind of, let's dip into it if we could here just for a minute. He's kind of giving us a litany of the legacy of Doge and Elon Musk. He's going through a litany of what they accomplished.
But they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world. And then I played that little clip because that was one person who's respected, or two people, because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man. But that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing. They've been doing it for a long time. So I want to thank Elon for helping. And again, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country as hot, and we're doing really well. We came, when I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. We defeated ISIS, we rebuilt our military, and we had no inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over the place. We had the embarrassment in Afghanistan where we gave up billions and billions of dollars of military equipment, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe. I believe that strongly. We have Russia with Ukraine. We had the attack on Israel in October, the horrible attack, October 7th. Horrible, horrible attack. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India.
We got a good
Pakistan.
sense of it. We'll go back when the reporters, President Trump going through the litany, kind of career statistics here of what Elon Musk has delivered, colossal change, what some of the problems were. And we'll talk, I want to hear some of the reporter questions here. It's going to be interesting, particularly with Musk and Trump. All right, but right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, so we're playing today for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the New Hampshire Fisher Cats at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Thursday, June 12th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. Quick reminder, thanks to Jim Harvey again. This week, a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. That'll be for the overall winner on the side question this week. What do we have on the Money Melody?
Yeah, Dom, there is a technology that Earl mentioned earlier in the show. I don't want to say what the technology is.
Okay.
It's really taken over the current pop music scene, and there's a person that's apparently responsible for the popularity of it, deemed the queen of auto. I don't want to finish that. Okay. So, Dom, we are going to play a favorite of yours covering another favorite of yours.
Oh.
We want to know who the cover artist is today, the queen of that, yeah. Take a listen. So this is actually Dom from the time when she could still sing before she had to use technology to get her to the finish line. Who is this all-time Dom favorite covering another Dom favorite?
Well, that's second favorite song right after My Way.
Yeah?
Yeah. No, it's in the top 10, though, just due to the talent of the man who's identified with it. Is he coming to Mulligan's this year? I hear he might be an AC. That'd be a quick trip over. All right. Hit us with that. You're up to see the Reading Phillies. Here's how you do it. 855-839-1210. Before we take a break, President Trump giving Elon Musk a golden key. You know the line, if you ever get a key, Dan. Brunson did it this week with Sherelle Parker, and that is, oh, what does this open? People always laugh. It's an easy line. You know, you don't even need writers. So I don't know what the golden key opens.
We have the audio. You want to hear?
Yeah, let's hear a little bit of it.
Yeah, can you pop that up?
Yep.
Very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you. This is a lot. The luck on this is amazing.
That's right. Large luck.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words.
You want to hear from Elon or have
yeah, just for a second. Yeah.
My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. It's I liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government. And I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction.
All right, nice face to put on it there. All right, he's got a black eye, Elon. I can't see that.
Yeah, he definitely had something.
One eye toward and he keeps on looking up at his ceiling for some reason. It's like something's happening.
Did he get his Neuralink updated, maybe?
Yeah. All right. We'll play a little bit of the scrum with the reporters, though. Get a winner here at 855-839-1210.
Talk Radio 1210's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us Friday, June 6th for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family, to kick things off in style. Kale and Company will be there 6 to 10 a.m. Stop by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then, 10 till noon, Don Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. It's Friday, June 6th. We'll see you there.
The most important part of your financial future is the firm you choose. You see, all financial firms are not the same. Traditional firms that sell securities can't guarantee income and are vulnerable to bankruptcies, market losses, capital gains taxes, and ongoing fees. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system continues to protect over 6,000 clients from market losses and bankruptcies, and provides guaranteed tax-favored income with the potential for double-digit interest returns with no fees whatsoever. Our one-of-a-kind proprietary system continues to protect billions of dollars in assets. Are you in or near retirement? There's only one crash-proof retirement for the American retiree. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold, an asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, it is Dom's Money Melody. Let's hear the cut today of one of my favorites, covering a song of one of my real favorites.
Not unusual to go out at any time. When I see you out and about, it's such a crime.
Now, that would be a duet made in heaven. I mean, we've got to get those two together here. Let's go to Joel in Pottstown on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joel, what's the answer today?
I think it's Cher.
You think right. Enjoy the
right.
Reading Phillies. You're not too far away from them as the crow flies anyhow. Cher and Tom Jones. Oh, my God. Now, that would be a Mulligan's. I don't know which one I'd be more in now. It would be Tom Jones. Of course. Sir Tom Jones. It should be Lady Cher. Dan, any more? Yeah. He's Sir. She'd be Lady. Any more to add?
I think
to
they have
that,
actually performed together. I'll have to look into that. But no,
Yeah.
Cher, the queen of auto-tune. Earl called it in, but with Believe, which I'll play a little bit of. Here you go, Henry, if you want to fade that up. This song was really the first mass use of auto-tune. She used it as a stylistic, but then it took over the world of pop. And now if you tune into any pop song, as Earl said, it sounds like auto-tune is heavily used as a disguise for a bad voice. So we can thank Cher, the queen of auto-tune, one of your favorites, a.k.a. Cher, for her contribution to pop music and the failure it's now become.
Okay. All right. So we have a question from a reporter, right, Dan? Can you set this up?
Yeah, so it starts with fireworks, Dom. They go to the reporter questioning, and Pete Ducey, I think, gets the first question, and Elon just wants to jump right into it and address the elephant in the room being the New York Times report earlier. Take a listen.
Thank you, President Trump. The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room were the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I gotta check my Pulitzer. My Pulitzer
I think
account.
it is. So I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay, then
Next
President
question.
Trump. I got one for President Trump. So President Trump, Biden aides who used to work here are in talks with Republicans in Congress to go and testify about what they did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline. Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, of 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it. It was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the auto pen, I mean, I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't into that at all. And you know, who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back, that was so bad for our country?
With the auto pen, how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now. If there was a group of...
All right, so he's asking about that. Look, Trump didn't answer. I'll answer, and I'll answer for you. And I bet everybody listening, this isn't one of those things, oh, well, the wife is a civilian. Not when Dr. Jill Biden led cabinet meetings publicly. She was proud of it. Not when we know what we know so far. Absolutely, she should testify on this. This isn't just the wife, you know, the usual first spouse. No. This is obviously the chief or one of the people involved in the cover-up, which wasn't even a cover-up, but the attempted cover-up. She ought to be made to testify. Absolutely. I don't know why Trump diverted and got off there, but all right, so Elon Musk talking about colonizing Mars. Oh, goodness. We'll see if there's any other thing where the reporters particularly get into it with him over the legacy of what's happened here. Look, Doge is not going to be Doge unless it is codified into law. And it's certainly not going to be Doge, I think, without Elon Musk. So what are some of the lessons here? Well, the lesson is that the other side isn't going to just roll over because of the initial shots. They get punched in the face, and they did effectively. Trump and Musk day to day for, 2 or 3 months. But they still stood their ground because they have the heights in Washington, the swamp, and there's difficulty. And I keep pressing for the Jersey governor's race that Jack Ciattarelli and the assembly people there, and we talk about this with Dawn Fantasia and others, that they come up with a few nuggets, their own Doge, that they get on it. And if you find just the right one that people, you know, in an elevator speech can say, oh, my God, they really didn't spend on this. I'm working here with all these taxes, all this in Jersey, and they're doing that. That's what you got to be looking for. Otherwise, it's just a lot of back and forth, and God knows which way Jersey would go, given it's a basically Democratic progressive in the extreme. That's what you're up against. So I don't see progress on it yet. And if Elon Musk and his crew and Trump's force of law behind it has difficulty, you know how dug in they're in it together. And Scott Perry on the show today said the number of Republicans that also go along with this. They did it in the big, beautiful bill. They're going to try to do it in the Senate. It is a huge force, and the force of the federal government is enormous. Musk saying he'll continue to visit the White House. I'm not surprised at that, but what is the legacy? I gave you what I think the lessons are around this. One other thing, and I see the Trump administration's not going to do it. I'm disappointed in that they threatened California with stopping this nonsense that's happening this weekend of this male chewing up female records, beating them. He's going to kill them this weekend. This is cut 13. This is from, you can follow this on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. My mistake. It's cut 11. This is Champion Park, Minnesota. Just shut out the defending state champions, Rogers, in back-to-back games to win the Class 4A. That's pretty big, softball championship. Both victories were behind the arm of Marissa Rothenberger, who's a male. So the male pitched both days, shut him out, and I was watching some of this on youtube.com, and you can see the speed when it gets to the plate. It looks a little bit funny. They can't catch up. I don't know how many strikeouts. I don't know the minutia. But how do people sit there? These are the defending state champions, and they got shut out both days. Is there any sound with it, Henry? Here's how it plays out.
And the pitch. Yeah. Berger back in the fifth. Swing and a miss here first. 0-2 pitch. Strike.
Yeah, not much sound to it there. It's only 5 seconds, but I'll keep replaying it there so people can see.
Yeah, it is a I don't know about how many hits they got or whatever. And in softball, you can't dominate as much as if this were hardball, for example. Let's say they had that kind of event in a state championship. So what we're going to see tomorrow in California is more of the same. And you might see winning by 8 feet in something. Why does it matter? Because sports matter. Because competition matters. Because the rule of law matters. Because we have to defeat them at every level, at every opportunity, and twice on the weekends. That's why it matters. So I don't want more investigations of this. We know what they're doing. The way to stop them, you can see that this federal funding thing has these sanctuary cities a bit uneasy, like this might actually happen. Got to keep trying it. Got to hope you get through the courts with it. Take other action. Whatever you can punish California with, that's what I think you have to do. Simply to say, no, you're not going to get away with this. There is just no way you're going to get away with it. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question today, coming off the e-bike, hit the market. A bad invention, something that made the world worse by being out there. All right, Frank in South Philly. He's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Frank.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my phone call, Dom. Hey, Dom, I'd like to talk on two topics. One, you just mentioned the e-bike. The electric bikes, I assume that you were talking about?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we had a lady that a bike on an electric bike hit a car, broke the glass. The lady had to be taken to the hospital at 10th and Wharton over there. Had all glass on her face, and they took off. They have no responsibility, no regard for signs or anything like that. I'm a bike rider myself, Dom. I'm not an electric bike. I'm regular 10-speed. Mm-hmm. And I have nothing against bike riders, but here's the thing: majority of them don't have no regards for regulations, lights, or anything like that. And the electric bikes, they go to 20 to 40 miles an hour. They have no responsibility, no financial responsibility, and everything like that. And that's what I have to say. I'm getting ready to go to city council meeting sometime, maybe next week or the following week, to turn around and introduce a regulation for these bike riders. They have lanes. It costs the city of Philadelphia $200 million to do these bike lanes, and they have no regards for signs or what's it called. Not only that, I found a sign in Center City. It says no parking, bikes only, and they got a rack in the middle of the street.
I hear you, Frank.
Now the other thing about Doge, I look forward to turn around and have a Doge for city, state, and federal. To turn around, investigate, or to turn around and find out where this money is being spent and hold people accountable. Here's the reason why, Dom. In the city of Philadelphia, $33 million they couldn't find $33 million. Now, $12 million were found. They were accountable for. Where's the other $21 million? The sugar tax and all that kind of thing.
I got you, Frank. Good luck with that with City Council. Look, The bottom line on all this stuff, they are out of control because they have a powerful lobby that these politicians pay attention. I'm reading a story today. Black residents in West Philly, 47th Street, is now going to be made one way because it's a connector to the new project of the Schuylkill, park inside the city thing, which I'm not opposed to, but it's a lot of money. And they argue, well, our way of life is going to be really stunted by this, and these are pretty much white, affluent people that are using this. Why in the world should we have to deal with all this overflow and unintended consequences? And the answer is because the bike lane is among the top 5 things that progressives love. It fits everything. And the guy in Philadelphia who really popularized it, Big Jim Kenney. Yep. He was the first Democrat that really rode that issue. That's how far back it goes. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. If we see anything else here, we'll bring it to you, of course, with Elon Musk and the president around Doge and the legacy of Musk. Democrats saying essentially, yeah, he did a lot of damage and we're going to bring him back in and make him pay for this somehow or another. He's got to rehab his company. I told you this story out there, the survey, 44% of Tesla owners, big national survey, said they have been vandalized. That is an incredible number. Almost half. Does this end now with him? Yeah, it's going to go away a little bit that he's not there. It takes away a target. 855-839-1210. Let me talk about Diane Giordano. We have a big event coming up. If you're thinking about selling your home, it's not like it used to be. The market is shifting. Today's buyers are pickier than ever. They want move-in ready homes with modern features. So how do you stand out without breaking the bank? My great friend Diane Giordano from Giordano Realtors for years knows the answer. And she knows how to host a free event for future home sellers. You'll learn how to navigate this uncertain housing market, rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, and fast-moving technology. Learn her low-cost staging techniques. That's critical to meet today's buyers' demand. So join me and you and Diane for a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres Wednesday evening, June 11th. All right, so just a week from this coming Wednesday, Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. You'll get a signed copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Get ahead of the competition. Come to Diane's future home seller event and sell your home fast. Doesn't have to be you're doing it right this minute. It could be 6 months from now, whatever. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or online 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you there on Wednesday, June 11th.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Hit us on the side question. Everything else, we'll dip into the Trump, Elon Musk. They're mainly asking Trump, President Trump, a lot of questions now. Didn't hear too much with Musk, as much as, they're still going to be coming after you. What's the legacy? That kind of thing. The thing that I mentioned, this grading for equity coming to San Francisco, apparently has taken such a backlash that even in San Francisco, they're reassessing it. It would have said no homework ever. You would just take a final exam, and you could take it as many times as you wanted until you got essentially where you want it to be. The grade of C would be if you had a score of 41% on a 100-point scale, and an A would only be 80%. And no homework, as I said, under any circumstance. This would start in the fall, grading for equity. Now, the thing you should know is this. When you see this in the news, because it's going to be lambasted, as usual, the next couple of days, there is a guy, I think I'm going to try to get him on in the near future, Joe Feldman. This is the maniac who has gotten, I don't know if it's 100 or more, it's something close to that, school districts to be in the throes of either doing this or close to doing this across the country. I haven't seen him speak. I've only read about him. In other words, it's a whole movement, not just San Francisco. Philadelphia, once again, is doing this. They're not grading. They don't, you just show up, or maybe show up. They're smart, though. They're not calling it grading for equity. They're just saying, hey, I told you the rankings were out the other day. Pittsburgh newspapers ranked 450 or 40 school districts in the state. And I think that Radnor was in the top 3. Lower Merion may have been number 2. Philadelphia was solidly 434th. Always a point of pride. Yes.
I hear this story, and I can't help but think it sounds like it's a middle school class president, campaign promises.
Yes, yeah.
A's will now be 80%. No homework ever, and we're putting red Kool-Aid in all the water fountains and pizza at lunch every day, not just Fridays.
And Robert Kennedy can go to hell. We're putting red dye back in the Fruity Pebbles or whatever here.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. So they're moving a little bit back, but the Feldman guy, it says school districts plans to contract to implement grading for equity, wrote in 2019 that in Placer County, another jurisdiction with the grading system, students who did not qualify for free or reduced price lunch had a sharper decrease in A's, reflecting how traditional grading practices disproportionately benefit students with resources because of the inequitable inclusion of extra credit and other resource-dependent grading criteria. Buddy, if I get them on, all right, we're not going to do extra credit, but I'm a Catholic school. I would have to have a nun sitting in with us, too, and I think I know a few out there that were listeners. You're going to hell, buddy. 70 you're going to be in hell a long time if you think 70 is not the passing grade. All right? I had a kid once come up to me when I was still teaching. I think it was a 78, and he was arguing that's a B. It's a low B. I just said to him, do what you will. You can bring in parents. You can bring in administrators. I am not signing anything that says 78 is a B.
I mean,
what are you going to do with it?
I tried doing that stuff, too.
Yeah.
If you had, like, a high 79
Yeah.
or something, like, come on, just round me up. Like, I'm trying to get in college here. You know,
Well,
gild them a little bit.
But even 80 is not a B.
Sure it is.
No, it's not. Not by any rational. You know what? I should ask that, right? Well, let me ask Leslie that. Leslie and Bryn Mawr. Leslie, is 79 or an 80 a B?
Oh, gosh. I would say no.
Thank you. I thought you would.
Wow.
You need an 85 for a B.
I would say it's a B minus.
Yeah, I would agree
well,
with
we're
that.
not doing
An
any
80
of
is a
that.
B minus.
Wait a minute. You're trying to win the crowd over here. Soon you're going to say, I would say it's sauce and gravy. No, you're not getting that.
Yeah, I thought that 80 to 90 was a B, and the B, and then 90 to 100 were the A's. So
no, wait a minute. A 90's not an A now. We're not doing that. You got to distinguish. I bet if we go back, people are checking their records right now. You got to be at least a 92 to get an A here. You can't have a 90 as an A. That's 10% wrong.
I have no idea what you're talking. I'm with Henry and Leslie here, 100%.
92, 85,
92, 100's always been an A, yeah.
Oh, you may get some kind of, I don't know if they have a grading system with the plus and well, all right, what do we do with the kid that has a 98 then? Well, you're the same thing as somebody with 90? I don't think so.
An A plus.
Oh, okay.
A plus.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know
and
if
A minus for the 90.
Yeah.
Can you put two minuses in there?
I think it's just a B at that point.
No, then it would negate each other, and it would be just an A then.
All right, put three. Then they can't negate each other.
It's a little shot of confidence. They got A minus, minus, minus.
Yeah, exactly. They can't do math, so they won't know. Leslie, what do you have today?
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to say Robert has been hitting it out of the park with all of his calls this week. Scott Perry made a great comment today about how the Democrats take little bites, but they just keep taking those bites, and that's going to relate to my answer. And the woman that wrote the article on the ICE situations with the local counties,
yes,
she's also spot on. It's going to tie into my answer. My answer today is political correctness was a really bad idea. First of all, it is a communist idea, and it was the beginning of stepping on freedom of speech.
Oh,
and
perhaps. And cancellation, cancel culture, it all evolved to it, yes.
Yes, and gave birth also to woke and virtue signaling.
Yeah, and I still think we're in the throes of the virtue signaling, without a doubt.
Absolutely. So if we had not allowed the Democrats to sneak PC in and grow quietly under the current and became, what we're now dealing with men in women's sports, that's all political correctness movement giving birth to the things that we're having major issues with today.
Thank you, Leslie. Well put. Absolutely. So, Dan, Elon was asked why he has a black eye. Apparently, his son punched him.
It's a hell of a punch.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That little X is. I mean, Trump.
Brass knuckles on?
Trump took out the Resolute desk and had it made over again or something because of little X annex there that he didn't like. Can you imagine?
Sounds like the kid is under control there.
Oh, well, Elon Musk is talking about splitting the atom, and he has them on his shoulders going nuts. It's a little bit of a wild scene. All right, it is the lightning round next, and we'll get the winner for the week, 855-839-1210.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right today. The e-bike hit the market, hit us with something that made the world worse. That's an invention. Bill in Bucks. All right, Bill, what's yours?
Well, it was touted as being a good alternative to tobacco cigarettes, e-cigarette, but it turned out that it's very, very harmful to young people.
Yeah, but I still think overall it helped adults. But I hear you.
I'm with Bill on that.
Oh, I think it did, though. It's better than the other.
It's more potent. It's
I don't know,
more
with
flavorful.
Adults, yeah. All right, I have to see. Tom and Rosemont. Hey, Tom. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom, good afternoon. So, real quick, softball, remember, they pitch from 46 feet away, not 60 feet 6 inches. So the speed is almost identical to a man throwing a baseball at another baseball player.
Okay.
Okay, but my question is, they took a great invention, the basis of almost all sports, the ball, and ruined it by inventing the soccer ball. They made soccer. A sport where a mime uses their eye-hand coordination more than the alleged athlete.
Oh, that's a beautiful line. That's it, exactly. All right. They're one of the few groups, the Union Soccer. I was going to say this into the weekend. It's gay pride, the parades, and all that downtown. Target and others have withdrawn from Philadelphia due to changing times. The Union solidly in there, though. Let's go to Chef Dave in Oak Lynn. Oh, man, say it ain't so. Dave, what's the invention? What is it you don't like?
Oh, it's the little cookies you get when you're trying to read an article on your cell phone. They're so annoying.
I thought you were meaning real cookies with the chef. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering where he was. Joe in Exton. Joe, good Friday.
Yes, hello, Dom. Good Friday. My invention, whose life expectancy was short-lived, is the DeLorean car, whose doors open vertically.
What's the objection? I kind of thought they were always cool, Joe. What don't you like?
Well, the public realized that it was an ineffectual machine in which to ride, and so it never took off, Joe. I got you.
It couldn't get past 80 miles an hour.
Oh, that wasn't because of the doors, though, was it?
No, it was just a poorly designed car.
Okay. Joe in Columbus. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Don, they were called the gull-wing doors.
Okay.
Ones that lifted vertically. Dom, coming from my industry, mine was these, and every time the market turns around, these predatory lending plans that come out. No doc loans, 110% financing. If me and you were going to partnership together and you were to say, Joe, I got a $300,000 venture and I'm going to put in the whole $300,000 and you have to put in nothing, I would not respect you.
I hear you. Thank you, Joe. Wow. I'm processing these calls. I'm back and forth. Well, Gary in Newtown. Gary, what's yours? Gary.
I'm here. 1970. Hello?
Yes.
Hello. In 1970, the average male weighed 166 pounds. Now they're at 191. The female was 140. Now they're 170. High fructose corn syrup and ultra-processed food.
All right. Well, it's a good one. Nick, what's yours?
Yeah, well, a lot of people might not like it, but if Dan said the plastic, which is used in so many things in our lives, and it does a lot of good, I got to say the internet.
Thank you, Nick, as always. And Richard in Somerdale I wanted to get to. This is the exemplar failure. What is it, Richard?
The Edsel.
All right. I don't know that it was damaging or worse. It just failed, without a doubt. All right, Dan, who do you like?
He doesn't know.
Okay.
We'll come to me first.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I think the ones I like the best today were Robert and Ben Salem's answer of Obamacare, Bill and Buck's answer of e-cigs, Tom and Rosemont's answer of soccer, and Dave and Oakland's answer of cookies, the internet version.
Mm-hmm. Any from the earlier? I'm trying to think of some of the earliest ones. Those are the later ones.
Earl with auto-tune was correct. It did kind of kill pop music, among others.
I thought Earl's call was very good, though. I would go with the auto-tune, even though it's not the worst thing. It was excellent how he pulled it out. All right, let's put them all into the hat or the table.
Let's run through the winners real quick.
Yes.
All right, so Monday we asked for those all-time brothers, correct? We got Ray in Doylestown with the Sullivan brothers.
Yes.
Tuesday we asked for that all-time side character. Richard in Somerdale said Ed Norton. Wednesday we asked for someone who is pompous. Jesse in Drexel Hill won with the answer of Mussolini. Yesterday we asked for that all-time person who was redeemed. Joe in Bordentown won with Sitting Bull, and you heard it just now, that all-time kind of bad invention here. Earl with auto-tune, and if we put all of those into the hat here, Ooh, that's a number 4. Joe in Bordentown with Sitting Bull. You are this week's winner.
It was good. I like the best answer this week was the Mussolini because the guy imitated it, sitting there just looking at the crowd and doing this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
The ranting was bad by Mussolini, but the pompous, oh, my God, yeah, without a doubt. All right, great answers this week. You're off with a $50 gift card to our favorite Gallows Seafood in Harv's Burger Bar, Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. All right, have a great weekend, everyone. Scott Prezler will be here on Monday. We'll see what else happens between now and then, including California. Come on, girls. Win one of those. At least come, make it difficult in the high broad jump and everything else. Yeah, do that, please. Dan and Henry, have a great weekend. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. I'm on at about 4:30 today on Newsmax. They actually sent a lot of good questions, so tune in if you can. Rich is next. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
Enjoy the spring weather with some of your favorite tequila and bourbon brands. Head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store to take advantage of $2 off 750-milliliter bottles of El Jimador and Herradura Silver Tequila. Also, the world's first Reposado Tequila, Herradura Reposado. And finally, Woodford Reserve Bourbon, the official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty 7% ABF. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Property, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but 2 of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles, and for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you